Moved him from.
Good evening. I'd like to call this board meeting to order. We do have two people that are online or phone tonight, and I think Ms. Doyle will be here, so we're going to go ahead and get started. It is a little after 6. The board will enter closed session pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318, 11, A1, A3, and A5, and A6 to consult with the board attorney and preserve attorney-client privilege to consider confidential personnel matters, and to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information under General Statute 115C-319. I need a motion for us to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. We will move into closed session and be back shortly. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Orange County Board of Education for October the 23rd, 2023 to order. We welcome everyone here tonight. Thank you for being here. I will read the public charge. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy toward both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain that they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruption of the meeting. And we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone can stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we will observe our moment of silence. Okay, thank you. First up tonight, we have recognitions, and I'm thinking that that will be Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have two recognitions on tonight's agenda, and first will be the Principal of the Year, hosted by Mrs. Joyce Hatcher.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Purcell, Vice Chair Richmond, board members, and Dr. Merrill. On October the 18th, cabinet members, board chair and vice chair arrived at New Hope Elementary to surprise Dr. Meredith Mayer that she was going to be our Principal of the Year. Once we arrived there and we surprised her, we walked the halls of New Hope Elementary School, where we saw every student in that building with signs, with hugs, with cheers in both English and Spanish. And that immediately let us know we had chosen the right person for the job. And it also let us know that she loves those students, and the love that she gave, we saw that love given back to her on Wednesday. So before I bring Dr. Mayer up, I want to just read a little bit of her summary that she will be submitting to the state as to why she should be considered for Principal of the Year and move on to the state level. She said, service and love are synonymous for me as a school principal, because school improvement is community work, leading, providing, creating, and experiencing holistic growth, love, community care, and achievement via connection, persistent, and equitable access. Education is difficult, personal work. And as a principal at New Hope Elementary, I invest in my team and our students and families to relentlessly pursue racial, positive change, and to do so with joy, holistic growth, love, and community care at the center of our work. Without a further ado, I want to introduce to you Dr. Meredith Mayer, our 2023-2024 Principal of the Year.
Hey, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Merrill, and to all the members of the board. Thank you so very much for this Incredible honor. I was truly surprised, and I am very grateful to all of you and the panel of educators who helped with this process, and to my entire school community and team. Joyce stole some of my lines, but I'm going to repeat them. So if you've ever visited us at New Hope, you already know that New Hope Elementary School is a really special place, filled with some of the most brilliant and hardworking people that I have ever met and ever had the privilege to work with in the course of my entire educational career. It is the honor of my life to serve our students in the school community here, and we have been able to accomplish some truly inspiring gains in student proficiency and in overall student growth in the last 2 years. So within these 2 years, we have almost doubled our overall grade level proficiency for grades 3 through 5 as measured by our school improvement grade that's issued by the state. And we have more than doubled proficiency in 4th and 5th grade math, and more than doubled proficiency in 5th grade science as well. I say we because education in no way, shape, or form is individual work. My staff, our students, and our families show up every single day with their best and in the face of many different circumstances, and always with students' holistic growth and achievement in mind. I am so honored to accept this award on behalf of our entire community, and I say this very often, and as Joyce helped me, it is because I truly believe that school improvement is community work. And so many people have had a hand in helping us move New Hope in the right direction: teachers and staff, administration, instructional coaches, our student support team, our school improvement team, our community partners, and our students and families, of course. For that, I am truly grateful, and I am so excited to see what else we are going to be able to do this year and beyond. Thank you for this recognition again, and for those of you who are able to come and see the joy of the surprise celebration in person after what we will call my initial exclamations here in the mic and my attempts to run away. It was wild to experience that level of volume and support. And I am so grateful that our kids and our staff were all a part of that, because this is absolutely a reflection of their work just as much as mine. I'm in this work because I truly believe in radical positive change, although it does involve some special attention to racial equity. What I wrote was radical positive change. And I believe that radical positive change is possible, attainable, and real. And I thank all of you for supporting me and continuing to support me in both doing and keeping that work going at Orange County Schools. So thank you so much, and go Voyagers.
Thank you. Yeah, I have your picture taken.
And then you can shake.
Can we shake your hand?
Yes, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
All right, I don't know what to do to follow that. So I'm here today to talk to you about Disability Awareness, Employment Awareness Month. And when we think about this, I just want you to think about this one question. If you're out at a gathering, dinner with friends, new people you meet, what is one of the first questions that you're asked?
What do you do?
What do you do? And so in thinking about that, disability employment is one of those things that Orange County Schools is charged with doing as we think about our mission that says an inclusive environment. And so the word awareness versus inclusion, I just want to point you to those slides. We can be aware of disabilities all we want, but when we think about inclusion, what does that mean for employment? And so I wanted to bring awareness to this and celebrate this because we do some really good work in our Department of Exceptional Children. Our teachers, especially in the high school and our Project Search site, really work to find internships and places where students can, it's not my computer, so, and it will not go forward. So the photos that you're going to see show some of the places where our students have internships. Orange High School for our students with complex disabilities, they run a coffee cart. Our occupational course of study students from Cedar Ridge are at Papa John's. And you can see the depth and the breadth of the work. So to me, what it means to bring awareness and to think about what does it mean to be employed as a person with a disability? How do we honor their uniqueness? All of us have uniqueness, so how do we include their uniqueness in our places of employment? And so as we celebrate this month of disability awareness for employability, I want to place a challenge to all of us. We have internship sites in the community. They are Papa John's within the Hillsborough community. I've just lost some of them. We've had Tractor Supply, we have Advanced Auto Parts. How can we as Orange County Schools find some internships within Orange County Schools? I think that would be really neat to have a build your own, grow your own, and then thinking out into the community, what are some places that you may volunteer that could also host an intern to be able to help them learn these valuable job skills so that when we talk about Orange County Schools being inclusive of all, this is what we are truly talking about. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we need to adopt our agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt agenda?
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you all. Agenda is adopted. And we will move into public comment at this time.
We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker has written materials they would like to share, please hand them out our board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussions. Per our policy, board members will not respond to speakers during the public comment session. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments, regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our public comment policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comment period or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order and decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in the speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will move on to the next speaker. Our first speaker for public comment tonight is Lynn Carswell.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Merrill. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I come before you tonight to provide clarity and express gratitude. During the Board of Education meeting on September 23rd, we introduced our Orange County Public Schools Strong Group. We shared the public schools' strong goal to advocate for honest, accurate, safe, equitable, and fully funded public education. Public Schools Strong is an initiative of HEAL, North Carolina. We are proud to be part of a coalition that strives to ensure that all children in North Carolina, including those in the Orange County Public Schools, get the high-quality education they deserve. We're so proud to be a part of HEAL that we literally wear it on our sleeves. And to be clear, we also strongly support teachers, especially those of this district. At a time when our North Carolina legislature is passing budgets and policies that are driving our teachers out of the profession or into other states, we support teachers being well paid for their work to educate our children. We advocate for funding that allows schools to be well-resourced so that teachers don't have to spend their own money on supplies for their classrooms. We advocate for salaries that make it inviting to work in our public schools so that teachers don't lose planning time covering for lack of staff. We advocate for their safety, to protect them from those who would accuse them of indoctrination. We support all this so that our teachers can do what they entered the profession to do: focus on providing high-quality instruction and creating trusting classrooms where children can learn and thrive. And now my gratitude. In addition to attending the bi-monthly General Board of Education meetings, I have also attended or viewed policy committee meetings, a meeting to discuss the hiring of the new superintendent, and the combined meeting with Orange County Commissioners. Through your discussions, your policy recommendations, and priorities for a future superintendent, I have observed that you too are working to provide an honest, accurate, safe, and equitable education to our children. And I'm sure that all of you who work so hard to stretch our limited monies for our schools would like nothing more than for them to be fully funded. So I am grateful to share in this work with you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jackie Wieland.
Hello, my name is Jackie Wieland, and I am here to comment on the possible Orange County School Board changes to the Parental Bill of Rights, SB 49. The intent of the law is clear. Parental guidance is crucial to help a child make crucial decisions. Please remove the workaround language or vote against its adoption. Detransitioners are coming out, and we cannot fix the damage. God bless them and all the struggles that they're going through. Now they can sue 25 years after they turn 18. Well, if the Orange County School Board can be sued, that means we all fall into that suit, and the courts would be tied up in this. The true beauty of a child is shown when he or she reflects the image of his or her creator. Nothing else needs to be done. That's all given to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lori Tepper.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Merrill. I took the time to read your policy changes that you seem to think complies with the Parental Bill of Rights. Clearly, you are using language to get around the law in order to push your agenda. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught in the classroom and made aware of any physical or mental health issues. Transparency is key. I'm here tonight to tell you to strike the language that you are currently developing or vote against it completely. The spirit in which the bill was written and passed is to keep parents involved and informed in all aspects of their education, including their physical and mental health. You are required to uphold the law and are subject to liability if you choose to continue playing the game of not abiding by it. From a biblical perspective, you will be held accountable for the policies you set that harm children in any way, shape, or form. I sincerely hope you consider that when you're making your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jennifer Whelan.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Whelan. My comment is regarding the upcoming potential OSC policy changes driven by compliance with the SB 49 law recently passed by the North Carolina legislature. The intent of the new law is straightforward and obvious, in my opinion. Parental authority is of utmost importance, especially when making important life-altering decisions such as social gender transition at school and for sex education instruction. These issues are controversial because they can conflict in many cases with family values that are taught at home. The law makes it clear that parental rights are fundamental. Parental authority is undermined by the use of verbal gymnastics in the new gender and health education policies. Wiggling around the law's intent only leads to more conflict. This can result in family division with potential alienation of a child from his parents. It is within the parents' right to teach their parents' rights to teach their offspring according to their experience and values grounded in parental love. They teach their children what they believe will be the best path forward for them in life. The public school system should never insert its authority to divide and destroy the parent-child bond. No teacher, school counselor, or administrator knows the child better than their parents. And life-altering decisions and controversial topics need to be addressed at home, not at school. If not, quote, feeling safe, unquote, is used as an excuse to circumvent the law, the school needs to contact Child Protective Services if true abuse is suspected. The school should not try to work around parental consent by deferring to OCS policy language, which in no means guarantees true safety of the children. Please follow the intent of SB 49. Please respect parental authority and honor parental rights to raise their children according to their values. Please remove the workaround language from the updated policies or vote against its adoption. If the updated policies are adopted as is, Orange County School District will not be in compliance and further legal action is imminent. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Wendy Padilla.
Good evening. I got to tell you, I'm happy to be here. I came home to a little surprise from a pet I'm hosting, and it wasn't pretty. Good evening, school board. I hope you had a splendid weekend. My name is Wendy Padilla. I'm a member of the NAACP. The community acknowledges that new laws are making your jobs harder, and we support your efforts to support teachers, students, and families at this time. It is important to remember everyone's rights: students, teachers, parents, and guardians. Since the main topic has been parent-guardian rights, these rights apply to all parents and guardians, yes, all. We have the right to make our own decisions to allow or not allow our children to be exposed to certain books or topics. We hope that the board does not take away the ability for us as parent or guardians to decide. We hope the board makes equitable decisions and respects parents' ability to decide for their children and not violate any of the parent-guardian rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kim Patenio.
Okay, so excuse me, she asked me to translate it into Spanish. Is it okay?
Yeah, she didn't take her whole time, so yes.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to say it in Spanish. Good evening. Buenas noches. Mientras los miembros de la Junta, espero que hayan tenido un buen fin de semana. Mi nombre es Wendy Padilla y soy una miembro de la NAACP. La comunidad sabe que las nuevas leyes hacen su trabajo un poco más difícil. Nosotros apoyamos sus esfuerzos, los de los maestros, estudiantes y familias en este momento. Es importante que todos sepamos los derechos de los estudiantes, maestros, padres y guardianes. Desde que el tema principal son los derechos de los padres y guardianes. Esto aplica a todos los padres y guardianes, sí, a todos. Los derechos y sus decisiones de hacer o no hacer que sus hijos sean expuestos a ciertos libros o temas. Espero que la Junta no tome la habilidad de nosotros como padres y guardianes a decidir. Esperamos que la Junta haga que las decisiones sean equitativas, respetando a los padres, la habilidad de los padres a decidir, no violar los derechos de nuestros padres y guardianes.
Thank you.
Ms. Kim Patinio, is that correct?
Good evening, Board and Dr. Merrill. I am speaking on Agenda Item D, Policy 3540, Comprehensive Health and Sex Education Program Approval. The update to the section of the policy regulating K through fourth grade instruction is openly circumventing the state law in order to achieve the goal of keeping sexual activity, sexuality, and gender identity curriculum and classroom resources in place, which will no doubt lead to students asking questions about it and then teachers being able to respond back with answers. This, by definition, is instruction, the very thing the law was put in place to prevent. The school district will implicate itself into potential lawsuits if the board votes tonight to approve a policy that in effect violates state law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Snipes.
Good evening, Board, and Dr. Merrill. I believe that we were all created by a higher power, that our Creator has us here right now for a specific purpose. I believe everyone in this room was created for a unique, specific, and excellent purpose. And I believe that every student in our district is created for a unique, specific, and excellent purpose. Romans 14:19 says, "Let us pursue what makes for peace and for mutual upbuilding." Romans 13:10 says, "Love does no wrong to a neighbor, therefore love is fulfilling of the law." 1 Thessalonians 5:11, "Therefore encourage one another and build one another up." I urge all of you board members to act with integrity, to build up the entirety of our community. I've heard that policies are being written, and in some cases potentially to circumvent the law, in order to allow students and educators to keep secrets from parents. If our school district is truly behind the effort to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion, then why would policies be written to exclude parents? Shouldn't parents be part of the inclusion element of DEI? Exodus chapter 20, verse 12, "Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land of the Lord." Colossians 3:20, "Children, obey your parents in everything, for this pleases the Lord." Proverbs chapter 1, verse 8, "Child, hear your father's instruction and don't forsake your mother's teaching." We are to honor our mothers and fathers. Shouldn't we do our very best to include them? Matthew 19:14, Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for such belongs the kingdom of heaven." Mark chapter 10, verse 14 says, Jesus said to them, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of God is theirs." Matthew chapter 18:6, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to stumble, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea." This is said 3 more times, once in Luke 17:2 and again in Mark 9:42. I encourage you to build up our community. Put in place policies and standards that raise the level of integrity and excellence for all. The goal should be transparency across every aspect of a child's education. Nobody benefits from division or secrecy or driving a wedge between parents and students. I challenge you to take the high road. Our district used to be first. I moved here to bring my child into this district, and now I homeschool him because I'm so disappointed in the district. Excellence can be achieved through inclusive, transparent policies and leadership with a new superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, we have Gretchen Smith.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Merrill. As all of you know, the North Carolina legislature passed with a supermajority the Parents' Bill of Rights this summer. The intent of the law is to affirm the top position of authority, care, responsibility in all things for a child are the parents or the guardians. Parents have a solemn responsibility to love and care for their children in love and righteousness. Children are an inheritance of the Lord. They have a sacred duty to rear their children, to provide for their physical and spiritual needs, to teach them to love and serve one another, to observe the commandments of God, and to be law-abiding citizens wherever they live. Parents will be held accountable. Parents will be held accountable before God for the discharge of these obligations. Both Regulation Code 1710 and Policy 3540 are in direct violation of the Parents' Bill of Rights and the intent to place parents solely in the driver's seat of their child's life. You have crafted language to circumvent the purpose and the intent of notifying parents, and even added more paragraphs which make the policy seem like it might be coming from a defiant 15-year-old rather than adult leaders of education for children. In the comprehensive health ed, you've crafted a situation to inspire questions that would not be there organically from K through 4 age children, so that they could then be taught by the teachers topics prohibited by the law for that age. You know that this was not the intent of that provision in the law. When children are possibly in a situation of neglect or abuse, there is already mandatory reporting required. Parents not agreeing with their children is not a reason to insert the government into the family relationships of parent and child. If you've raised a child to adulthood, you may have experienced disagreements to work through their whole life. In my experience, this changes so much when they grow to 17, 18, 19, and beyond. Mom, I didn't get it then, but I see now that you guys were right. I see what you meant. Thank you for not giving up on me. I'm asking you to strike the language that undermines the purpose of the law or vote it down altogether. There are provisions in the law for remedy, which will be taken if this is not done. As your policy also states, your main concern is for the safety and the well-being of the child. Well, that is also the priority of 99.99% of parents in this district. So please make that statement genuine and honest by rejecting policies which divide parents from their children. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richmond. Okay, at this time, we need to motion to approve our consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it is approved. We will move to our discussion and action section. Our Employee Advocate Committee report on Policy 7960. We have a first reading, and Ms. Smiley, do you want to?
I think that's what we decided as a committee was I'm going to present the outcomes of the committee, and then Will and Andre are going to add whatever I forget.
Okay.
So I'll just give a little bit of background, and then we can have a discussion. And just there's more background in the abstract, but essentially the board in the very end of June created an ad hoc committee to explore options for creating an ombuds or employee advocate type position in the district to address sort of longstanding concerns that we have heard from various staff members about, fear of reprisal, fear of speaking up in various situations. And so wanted to explore what sorts of structures could address a problem like that. And so first, I just want to say thank you to Andre and Will and Neil and Dr. Merrill for very productive conversations and for, just really good discussion, debating different aspects of this. We looked at a bunch of different models from different school districts. And so attached to the assembly are two things that sort of encompass our recommendation. The first one is a role overview, and the other one is a policy. And each of those were drawn from one particular example as a starting place, and then revised given our particular context in North Carolina law and things like that. I'm assuming everybody has had a chance to look at those ahead of time because I'm not planning on going through them bit by bit. But essentially, what we're recommending is an organizational ombuds position. Now, we have a recommendation from the committee for outsourcing versus staff position, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But essentially, a role that would be an organizational ombuds. And there is a particular definition of that from the International Ombuds Association. And most of the examples that we saw in districts were grounded in that. And so an ombuds would be guided by a set of ethics and standards of practice. And the heart of it is that the role would be totally confidential. So none of the information would be disclosed without the person's permission, with some exceptions for things like imminent risk and all of that. That's laid out more in the policy. That the Ombuds Office would operate totally independently from other entities within the school district. They would report directly to the superintendent and Board of Education, and they would be totally impartial, so not taking sides, having no personal stake in the outcome, and that it would be an informal resource, so not, this wouldn't be the place for filing formal grievances. It would be the place you go first to try to figure out I'm having this challenge with, my supervisor or whatever, and trying to figure out more informal ways. And so the policy lays out, for an example like that, there are sets of things where they would be required to refer them to whatever the actual procedure is for a formal complaint. In addition to the ombuds being available for any staff members who want to talk to them and sort of work through whatever that concern is, they would also give a quarterly report to the board to highlight trends. If there were a trend that they were noticing in a particular department or something like that, they wouldn't wait for the quarterly report to sort of surface that to the superintendent or the school board, but we would at least get the quarterly report about the sort of themes in the people who were contacting their office. The end of that overview document, we worked through some qualifications, both required and preferred, that could be either pulled into a job description or could be part of the criteria for selecting sort of an outsourced source. And then at the very end, it lists a set of things that the ombuds would not do, including making decisions for staff members, taking sides. Let's see, I'm trying to see if there's anything really, providing legal advice or psychological counseling. It wouldn't be like that, although they might, if someone was having a lot of difficulty figuring out how to approach their supervisor themselves, they could sort of coach them through how to have that conversation, for example. That's at the high level, the overview of the role. Will or Andre, anything else you want to highlight there for folks?
So I think I just want to highlight that I think the position is to, it's going to be a position where, and it's stated here, the ability to gain and maintain trust at all organizational levels. And so I think that's the key point of having it, is so that we can have someone in the district that our staff trust and feel comfortable in going to and sharing concerns or complaints and things of that nature. I don't know if Will had something else he wanted to add.
No, I would echo that. I mean, that's how it started. We were very fortunate to find some others that had some of these written out, and just really appreciate Sarah's commitment to help leading the committee to get us to this. And I think it's a really important step for our district and giving our staff this option and to be able to talk through it.
And then the other document is the policy. Neil, is there anything there in particular you want to highlight? Has everyone had a chance to read through the policy?
Not in particular. It's a dense policy.
Yep.
Happy to take up questions, and of course, if we can always address questions in closed session if there's more appropriate there. If there's something straightforward, I'd be happy to take it now.
Yeah, I mean, what we thought would be helpful, this is, 5 pages long, or 5 pages long. It lays out what are the expectations in great detail. The policy that we modeled it on, many of the sort of what ifs that we came up with, they're addressed here in terms of what the next steps would be. So yeah, even things like if the ombuds finds that they need to consult an attorney, like what is the procedure for that? You know, so there's quite a bit there. I won't go through it all, but so then the final thing I'll just highlight, and then we can dive into discussion, answer any questions, is we also talked about the pros and cons of hiring this as a part-time staff position versus contracted services. And 2/3 of the committee thought that we should hire internally, so that is our official recommendation. I will share that I fell the other way, but you know, it was a really good debate. I don't think there's one clear answer here, but I will say that our official recommendation is to create the role and hire the role. Some of the advantages of that, it might be easier for the superintendent to sort of oversee performance. It would demonstrate to staff that it's more of a long-term commitment or investment, and they might be more invested in success because they're a part of the system. Some of the disadvantages of creating the role, ombuds roles can be difficult to fill, and because this would be a part-time position, it could be difficult for us to find the person. We might trade off quality for like the local availability or the part-time, you know, it just might be harder. They would definitely be available across like defined limited timeframes. We were talking about like we could shift the hours, so some of them are in the evening when staff is actually free and could talk to them. But it would be more defined. And in some of the outsourcing firms, they have broader availability because they might assign 2 people to you, so they can sort of cover more time. But yeah, and then so some of the advantages of contracted services, you might get a perception that they're even like an even stronger perception of independence because it's not a staff employee. And if we decided to discontinue it, arguably that would be simpler than eliminating a position. You know, some of the disadvantages of going outside, you know, some of the firms that have more robust support, like the deepest expertise, could be out of our budget. There's a range there. And if the company changes, you know, if somebody leaves that service, then we wouldn't have very much control over that. Their ramp up time might be, well, we talked about like experience with Orange County schools, and ramp up time would be longer if they didn't have that experience. On the other hand, people with experience in Orange County schools already have particular established relationships, which could undermine the independence, impartial perception. So that one I think is neither here nor there. Okay, that's all I'm going to share about the pros and cons of those different models. Those are all the recommendations. So in the assembly are the 3 actions that we're recommending for the board, which is moving forward with the model we're proposing in the role overview, approving a first read of the policy, and then charging the superintendent, whichever, you know, if we decide to create the staff role, which was our recommendation, to charge the superintendent to go ahead and do that. We talked about the chair being our sort of, because the role is supervised by both, the chair being sort of the liaison to weigh in on process and so forth with the superintendent. So I guess I'll just open it up to questions, reactions.
Sarah, I just had one addition. Yeah. I think one of the big things that came out of the discussions was the person being in person, like to build that trust. I mean, even when we asked the superintendent about the preference, it definitely is in person to build that versus here's a phone and you could call them. And that way there's a lot more ease and trust building for the in-person, regardless of, you know, contractor or employee, to be in person in some manner.
Yep, that's a good point. And in the overview, we said at least 50% of the time. The talent person in me wants to tell you that's really going to shrink our pool of people with real ombuds expertise. But we decided, like, try finding a staff position, and, if that doesn't work, maybe we go to contracted services and try that. But in either case, we talked about them being in person. I think if that ends up being the barrier, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Bonnie?
Yeah, I'd like to start with some basic questions. First of all, thank you for this work. I think it's really thoughtful, very, I did read the policy, very thoughtful.
We didn't write it, so, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I have I'm hypersensitive to power relationships. And the essence of the ombudsman role is my boss isn't giving me what I need, right? I want to transfer, my principal won't allow me to transfer, is blocking it, or some board members being disrespectful to me, whatever. But this is about power relationships. So if I have a problem and I go to the ombudsman, the way I read this is the ombudsman's not going to solve the problem for you.
That's correct. They will not solve your problem for you. They will advise you on the right way to approach a situation like that. And I'll say, a lot of ombuds, like, that is the heart of the work in a lot of different organizations, not even necessarily just a school district, especially the power relationship with your manager. So they can coach them through different options for how to solve that problem, but at the end of the day, they're not going to call up the principal's boss and make something happen for you.
So how is the employee protected from retaliation? So let's say the boss hears there's been a complaint, it's gone to the ombudsman. How is the employee protected?
Well, it's totally confidential. So unless they tell someone themselves, nobody would know.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand what if the employee is going to get how things are going to get fixed for the employee. They're going to get told, oh, you can navigate this, but now you still have to you still have a problem, right? So I'm just trying to understand.
Will, are you trying to step in there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to inject. So say that an employee comes in and gives a certain concern about some specific issue, and the ombudsman or person talks to them and makes a recommendation, but then 6 other employees come in with the same concern. That's going to bubble up immediately as an issue that's systematic, that needs to be addressed. And then the visibility of the problem, not the person reporting it, now gets the visibility and the concern and what options there are for superintendent, board, whoever to address those versus, board member A heard this, or board member B heard this, or, this, secondhand stuff and things like that. So you have an avenue of, sensing the climate and culture in that way as well.
And we also, we have policy against retaliation, so that would cover that. I understand that people don't, people still worry, but
right.
that's the reality.
And I'm hearing that if one person complains, it's one thing. If 2 people complain, then it's a structural problem that will get attention. Is that what I heard, Will? That's what I
don't know
heard.
if 2 rises to the pattern level.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Will.
No, all I was going to say is to me, it depends, right? You've got a person there to make a judgment call on what they're hearing and seeing, and at the same time listing it out as if that person believes it's an issue that needs to be addressed. I would assume in the quarterly report that may come to us, but if something is many people, I think to the point of the policy, et cetera, it's going to come to us much quicker. But also, don't forget that a person could come and speak to this person and say, here's an issue or a concern, and this person may be able to redirect them or let them know about resources that they may not be aware of, because they could go to them and say, hey, I really want to get my license, but, you know, here's my situation. And they could talk through that and, you know, show them the resources available, you know, grow your own, et cetera. So it's not just somebody feels like there's a specific issue. There's a very broad range that they could address or help.
Okay.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
Okay, thank you. While I think this position is something to really consider, I'm concerned about the use of the 50,000 local funding right now. If the person is hired internally, that could be a potential recurring expense with possible part-time insurance benefits attached. So I would like to focus on securing pay raises for our classified staff. So for that reason, I don't support the position at this time. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. Yep, go ahead, Bonnie.
I have just one on the decision to outsource or hire. I'm sensitive to the cost, but since it's a new position in a touchy area, that I would be inclined to contract it initially, see how it goes, see how it changes, and then decide if we want to make it permanent. I would like to pilot it with a contractor until we make a, you know, and then we can see how much actual interest there is in this role.
Do others have questions or comments or suggestions?
Ms. Dole, you have anything?
I like Bonnie's suggestion. I think that makes sense, and it partly speaks to Jennifer's concern as well.
Okay.
I'd like to thank y'all for your work on this. It obviously put a lot of thought and time into it. I think it's, as I was sitting here thinking, listening to you discuss it, my thought was it's another level of communication in the district, and I think that is needed. And I too, right now, with funding, would like to follow along and say maybe a contract position, see how much this is actually used, and you know, I don't want somebody to come in here and be overwhelmed, but I want people to use it.
Yep.
So that,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, that's fine.
And that's, we ended up adding a bullet point in the job description that said, and other duties as assigned, because we don't know if we're, you know, if it's a 20-hour-a-week position and you're not hearing from staff for 20 hours a week, or you're not busy preparing the reports, is there sort of wasted time there? But it is a funny question. I'm sure that the superintendent could come up with some things for the ombuds to do during that time. But since they're supposed to be not involved in anything else but that, it limits really what else they could be doing with that time. So
I think it could be a great benefit for the district. Because I think there is a level of trust that needs to be built back. Yeah, and I hope this would help.
the one other thing that skilled ombuds can do is really develop the communication skills of the staff members who go to them, right? So a lot of times you may just have no way of knowing how to handle this like sticky situation, or how to approach the person, or what to say. And so that there can, I mean, ombuds literally can sort of like role play with folks, like different difficult conversations they might be having. So hopefully we're also addressing the underlying trust issues, so that as people learn to address these things directly, and they learn that there are not repercussions for them, because there shouldn't be, that we're helping to get at the root causes a little bit more too. That's a hope.
Absolutely. I also like the fact that you put in what they will not do, because I think that's very important as well.
We saw that, and a lot of this role overview, actually, not the job description-y part, but parts like that, what the ombuds does and does not do, it was literally a brochure, you know, that a school district handed out to staff members. So in terms of once we have someone, they'll build up their whole communication plan so that staff members know it, like really understand the various reasons they might go to them, and try to encourage that usage too.
All right. Anything else?
All right, I'm going to hand it over back to you to do votes. And the motions that we were looking for are in the agenda. I think I don't know if we should vote separately on the contracted position piece or not, but we could just put that into the third motion, I guess. It sounded to me like there was a majority for trying contracting first. So maybe we could weave that into the third.
So you're asking a motion to move ahead with the ombudsman on a contract basis or a pilot basis, really, is what?
Yep, yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm getting the right place.
There's parts in here as well.
Yeah, policy as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
there's
policy, yes.
three motions that I put into that I would,
Okay, as I'm reading it, is approved to move forward with the proposed ombuds model as described in the role overview, approve the first read, and charge the superintendent with taking the next steps to staff this role, and initiate the program into the district. So with the first one, it would be approve moving forward with the proposed ombuds model with the change that it would be a contract position at first, correct?
Yep.
Okay, then approve our first read, and then charge the superintendent with next steps to begin the program in Orange County Schools.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And Dr. Moore,
No.
okay. All right,
So,
thank you.
Ms. Purcell, the one question I have is, since we are telling the superintendent to go forward, I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading of the policy, and therefore the policy will be in place while they are looking for this position.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, and Dr. Merrill, you're good, okay. All right, thank you all once again for your work on that policy and the time.
Can I throw one more motion on? That once we have the ombudsman in place, within 3 months, we get a report on how it's going, and then we could decide whether or not to go forward with a position or any changes we'd have to make.
Yeah, and that I think would be, they would do quarterly reporting, so I think we'd just be asking them to hit the first 3 months, yep.
So a 3-month trial, to give it 3 months.
Okay, all right. Okay, as we move on to the authorization for the bid for renovations of the interior of Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary. Good evening, Mr. Foster. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you. Chair Purcell, Vice Chair Richmond, members of the board, Dr. Merrill. This evening, we're seeking authorization to bid the interior renovations work at Eflin Cheeks. Back in a July 10th board meeting, the board approved moving forward with the design plan for it. We have our modular units in place now that create swing space for our students for this work to be done. We have here today Paul Young from SUD Associates that will walk us through the design at Eflin.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, thank you. I'm going to walk you through the design tonight. Several renovations and upgrades to the school. On the first slide here, you can see the layout of the school, and below it, several of the things that we plan to do. We will be replacing all the finishes, the floor finish and the ceilings. We are actually leaving the ceiling grid. If you know lay and ceiling, you've got a ceiling grid, but we're going to take all the tiles out and replace all of those. We're going to replace all the windows. The newest window there is over 45 years old. And in some cases, some of those classrooms need to have code upgrades for emergency egress out of the spaces. So we're replacing all the windows. We are adding several egress doors also. Those students who are pre-K, K in first grade need an at-grade access door to get out of their classroom. So we'll be adding those. We are replacing all the interior doors. Many of them have seen their days also. Wear and tear has been quite detrimental to them. We are replacing or removing a lot of the casework in the building. We're replacing the LCS and TAC boards. And I realized I used a architecture acronym there. An LCS board is a whiteboard, liquid chalk surface, if you are curious. ADA bathrooms. Many of the bathrooms that are in the classrooms at Eflin Cheeks are not ADA accessible. We'll be making all of those ADA accessible. As I said, new egress doors and windows. We are also replacing the lighting on the interior and the exterior. We're replacing plumbing fixtures. We're painting almost all interior spaces. Curious which one we're not touching. We're not touching the main office that was renovated recently. We don't need to touch that space. Plumbing work as needed, electrical work as needed. Several of the exterior sidewalks need some work, especially on what we're actually thinking of as the newest addition, which is all the way down at the end towards the woods. There's several sidewalks that need to be replaced there. We're adding 2 exterior canopies to the building. So the egress doors that come out of the classrooms, when the students come out, they're not immediately in the rain there. And then we're repairing some of the minor roof drainage problems that the school has. This is a phasing drawing. We have worked with the principal there to work through how we're going to phase this. The students will be there, and so we need to make sure that they are first safe, and second, that they can learn. And third, that a construction project can happen while they are doing both of those. So we've looked at how we can phase this project, and you'll see the different phases there. The pink phase will actually have to happen during the summertime. That is encompasses the cafeteria, the gymnasium, art, the music room, those spaces. So we'll have to do that during the summer. The rest of the phases will be done during the school year. And we've sort of captured a group of classrooms each time that we can have out in the modulars. And then once that renovation is done, we'll move another group out there. So sort of moving the musical chairs, but once we get all the way to the end, which is actually going to be the green phase that you see here, we will be completely done with the project. And then cost. This is our opinion of cost. It is not a bid. I will say that right off the bat. This is a pretty good opinion of cost in our estimation. But you'll notice that number is not the number that you have in your board packet. It's a little bit lower. That is because this is the cost of construction. The cost of the overall project also has several soft costs in it, including design fees, permitting fees, those sorts of things. So that's why the number that you see on the screen here is not the same as what you're seeing in the board packet. Questions that you might have for me about the school or about this project?
Yeah, first I want to thank you for this. You know, I volunteered in that school for many years, and I'm like not sure that this is really happening. So this is very exciting. So thank you for that.
Wonderful.
I have 2 questions. One is, you know, the big Wolpert project is going on with the facilities plan. And I was wondering if you've smashed, that's a technical term, if you've smashed this plan against what Wolpert is saying needs to be done in the school, because they're looking at the educational adequacy. I'm particularly interested in the educational adequacy of our classrooms. 'Cause I'd hate you to do this, and then they say, oh, you got to tear the walls down.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. I'm going to sort of look back over here and.
Ultimately, the Wolpert design is just that, to knock down walls and create larger classrooms and things such as that. The interior design here that was always been developed was strictly floors, doors, windows, things such as that. So what Wolpert is suggesting is, again, was strictly on creating larger spaces by doing some knockdown of walls and things such as that would not be included in SUD's construction.
So should it be? I mean, shouldn't we, the Wolpert report's going to be done in 2 months. So shouldn't we be comparing this plan against what they're recommending? Should we do it once rather than do it over?
Well, I think when you look at, again, what was approved some time ago, prior to even Wolpert coming on board, it was strictly here the interior designs that SUD was contracted to do.
Can I ask a question about this? The level of change that Wolpert's recommending there in terms of like knocking down doors and walls and making bigger classrooms, that's like that must be several years down. We don't have funding for that, right? So we'd need the new bond and.
We don't know, but the plan is done. It's pretty, I mean, the plan should be coming, I'm going to talk about that later, but the plan is, the draft is done. It's going to be coming to the board in the next month or two. So it would seem to me that we should at least look at that plan and compare it to this so that we're not redoing work. I would like to do it once rather than do it over. So it's a simple concept, but it's about a 2-month delay. But I do think it would be, I think it would be fiscally irresponsible to commit $6 million to a project on a structure that's about to change. I just think that would be irresponsible.
Well, I think when you look at the timeline that Wolpert is, in terms of the options that they presented, it started at 5, 10, and a 15-year mark in terms of the work that would be done or that we could recommend, that they're recommending to be done, that the board could approve. That timeline is a 5, 10, 15-year mark, in addition to the funding that has been approved for, or that can be approved, I should say, for SUD Associates was again established back in July, obviously for those particular designs. Again, not that it can't, be done, all right, but it was established some time ago, and the reason that we actually moved and put the modulars there to get that work done as well.
Let me say this differently. I really want to do this work, right? I really love that school. I want everything we can do for that school. And I'm asking, before we pull the trigger on this, that we simply compare it to what Wolpert's, I don't even remember if Efland was in their phase 1. And there's a lot of things that this board still has to discuss. And all I'm asking you to do is just look at this plan, compare it to what they're suggesting, and if it's 10 years out before they say Efland, then that's fine. I just want to do some validation against this plan, against what Wolpert is asking us to do, and so that we're not redoing work. And I have a second really trite question, and I don't even know the answer, but for a long time, there was no hot water for staff facilities, staff bathrooms, staff sinks. And I was curious if there'll be any hot water for this staff.
Yeah, the simple answer is yes. We are actually creating a new staff toilet on one of the hallways because the one that they're using now is beyond its time. And there is a water heater there, so that will be associated with that bathroom.
Great,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
If I could make a couple of points, I'd like to. 2013, the board commissioned a study, excuse me, with CRA to do a comprehensive facility study of the whole system. That was 10 years ago. That study very much mirrors almost identically what Wolpert is suggesting now just for Orange County schools. So many of these repairs have been needed for 10 years. That was updated in 2015 with a comprehensive HVAC renovation study by SUD Associates, and again revised in 2018. The other crucial issue we have here is that any delay in construction, because we already have the HVAC renovation underway, could postpone this phase of this 6 months to a year. And I think that's going to greatly impact the instruction at Efland Cheeks. So just would like to be aware of that, as well as that we've got direction for quite some time and just have not had the staff or funds to execute that.
I think what we're hearing is that what you're doing right now is in windows, replacing ceilings, replacing bathrooms and floors as need be, is something that I think we all as a board have known needed to be done at Eflin many years ago. When the Wolpert report comes out, we have to decide along with the county commissioners, because they're a part of this process too, from what my understanding is. We have to decide what we're going to do and how we're going to tackle things. But I think what you're doing right now is the maintenance that has needed to be done on that school for years. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct. I would agree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay, so I would say that we continue on right now. When the Wolpert comes out, we look at it, and if there's something that we see that needs to be, we feel as a board needs to be a high priority right now, then we go back and we start the process and say, okay, this is what we see as a need. How long is it going to take to do it? How much money is it going to take? And there's a whole lot that we have to look at when we do get the Wolpert reports on our schools.
I'd like to propose that we ask the staff to meet with Wolpert. We don't have to wait for the report. They have to, I think there has to be a conversation between you all and Wolpert to look at this plan against what Wolpert's recommending, to just see if we're throwing money away. I just want some confirmation that moving forward with this isn't going to get redone in a couple of years. That's all I want. It could be done in one meeting with Wolpert.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm concerned in waiting. This stuff in here is basic. The plumbing, mechanical, the canopies, the electrical, blinds, the windows. I can't imagine that these things anybody would not recommend given the state and what that school deserves. I'm for moving forward, and if there's a difference in it, we address it once we see it. I can't imagine these basic things we would not move forward with. I have just one question. Well, I have two questions that I wanted to ask as well. The LED, is the lighting upgrades the LED lighting?
Yes, sir. We would go to all LEDs, both interior and exterior. The only space right now that does have LEDs currently in it is the gymnasium. So we would not be replacing those lights.
Okay, the one feedback that I've heard from many in the district that have had the LED lighting is in the classrooms to have dimmers on them so they can control that, because they are significantly brighter than what people are used to. The second one I had was, you mentioned water. In this plan, does this mean there's no sandbags needed against doors to prevent water penetration?
Yes, sir. We have been told about that, and it is our goal to fix that problem both through the sidewalk improvements, the canopies, and the roof drainage. There are some areas around the building that we've noticed where long ago there was a design intent to recess the roof drainage leaders into the wall. Probably not the best decision that was made at the time. They've been crushed over the years by probably umpteen basketballs thrown against them. So yes, sir, we are addressing that in multiple ways.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Doyle?
Thank you. I'm in favor of going ahead with this. I agree that this seems like general maintenance things. I'm not seeing, looking at the Wolpert presentation from September, I'm not seeing anything related to Eflin Cheeks on their like first draft of what needs to happen. And, you know, we also approved 2.6 million track and tennis resurfacing on consent. And this is in the same ballpark, but these are some really important needs for basic school functioning.
Sarah? I do hope, though, that when the Woolport study comes out, that you all look at it like next to each other, and if there's any near time frame, just think about, are there any pieces of this that we should hold off on? I have trouble imagining what those might be, but, if it seems like a near time frame and it would cost a lot to redo, I think it would be good to look at that.
So just so I understand, is the board against you all having one meeting with Woolpert to, because I saw the plan went last Wednesday, and it's phased, it's by school. Again, so you'll see it, it's a lot of money. It's very different than what anyone expected. I don't remember if F1 was even in phase 1. And so I'd rather not guess. I just am asking you all to have one meeting. I want to do this. Again, I started this by saying I've been in that school for many years. I've been in the floods. I've seen it all. We need to do this. There's no question about it. I'm just asking you all to have one meeting with Woolpert. Is that possible, to have one meeting with Woolpert, say, hey, here's what we're planning to do. Let's see what you're recommending, and then go have at it?
Yeah, we're certainly not against communicating with Woolpert. I mean, that's a regular basis that we do, but in terms of kind of moving this along, now we're actually potentially to continue to delay to bring back this again for yet approval.
So how about if we approve it with the provision that you all meet with Woolpert, and if there are changes, then you could bring it back? How's that?
Sure.
Okay,
Well,
second?
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, if Woolpert is going to say that things are a lot different than what you all are doing, which I can't imagine that they would do, but we as a board have to decide where we're going with what Woolpert brings when they talk about the whole county as a whole with the design.
Correct, and I'm glad you said that, because again, we're not just talking about what Woolpert and Eflin, all right? That decision that we'll make once that report is finalized deals with the entire district, all right? And what has to go, and the funding that has to go into that as well. So we're not just specifically looking at, Eflin Cheeks in that regard, but the board certainly having to make decisions regarding everything that will occur across the district and the funding in that way.
Of course.
And it might be that if there are changes that Woolpert suggests with Eflin Cheeks, you've already made the big changes that you have listed here tonight that are getting the school back up to the standard that it needs to be for the students and the faculty and parents to be in the building. It might be that since that has been done with the information we get from Woolpert, that something else in the district could be taken care of since Eflin has gotten a good change, would be my guess. I don't know. Y'all are the experts.
But you're right. I mean, priorities will have to be determined in terms of that funding, as I expressed just a moment ago.
Yes, so I'm going to vote. It's funny because there's nothing I want more than this, having, my heart's in that building. But if we can't get some confirmation, because I don't guess, with $6 million, I don't like to guess, I don't like to speculate. I would just like to know that there's nothing that we're doing here that Woolpert's going to say, oh no, it's really a bad idea. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just asking for a good confirmation. So I'm going to stop there. So if the board does not want to get that confirmation, then I'm going to vote against this. Easy.
I just have to say that I'm looking at the list, and if they were against something on this list, then I would question it. These are very basic things for the building to run and it be a safe, conducive environment for education. I can't fathom that.
Okay, I just want to know. That's all. I don't want to guess.
Let me make one point, and I'm going to ask Paul to address this because he and I have talked about the execution of the actual contract, particularly since this is being done in phases. So in that respect, we have the capacity to put it on hold. We want to get started, but there is margins built in. So I'm going to let Paul speak to that.
Sure, thank you. So we have a checkpoint where we have to go to Department of Public Instruction to have their school planning group review these plans. So we will not actually be able to go out to the actual bid until we get past the holiday season. There's no use in bidding over a holiday season. You lose 2 weeks anyways. A lot of contractors actually close for those days. So we will have a period in which if there is something that needs to be changed, we have an opportunity to catch that change.
So you'll have time, you're talking, when you say the holiday season, you mean Christmas and New Year's?
Yes.
So you have and the Wolpert report's going to be out by then, but you'll have time in the next 2 months, and you'll personally meet with Wolpert. You all will be able to meet with Wolpert, compare this, and you'll come back to us if there's any discrepancy. I don't think there will be. I just like a little bit of certainty. That would be fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Do I have a motion that we proceed?
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much for the
Thank you.
information and the work.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, up next. Board of Education meeting quarterly forecast. I think Dr. Merrill?
Yep. Thank you, members of the board. I want to propose a planning document, if you will, for both you and staff that we would build in on a quarterly basis. I really look at it as sort of a 3-month plan of work for us and for you. And there is a document that's underneath Assembly that I think our folks have been using for a while called the long list. Some of you may be familiar with that. This is a little tighter and a little easier to track than that, in my opinion. We would seek to modify this, for instance, when we review it. In other words, in December, I'll bring you the third quarter forecast for January, February, and March. And this is only about materials that would come to the full board meeting on the Monday nights. It's not about committee meetings. Some of what the committees do, since 2 of the committees are, the whole board, some of those agenda items might move to the Monday night. Others may be worthy but not need to come to Monday night. So this represents what all our departments have said we see on your agenda for the next couple of months. This, and I would say that you would get used to this as well. When you look at this, you say, well, I was sort of hoping we would see something in December, and I don't see it here. That's what you would raise with us. We'd see whether it was either going to get folded into a committee meeting and whether that would satisfy the board, because I'd have to ask then the committee chairs to see if it was on their agenda. Or I would say, okay, I think we can include that. Or I'd say, we're kind of full and we can roll that into the third quarter, conceivably. So we're really sort of negotiating the plan of work with you. And auditors do the same thing. They say, I can give you 2,000 hours and I'll hold 40 in reserve, and then we can use them as something comes up. We're not an auditor, but the concept is similar. All we've done here is try and take our major departments and show you what they would be bringing forward. It's not particularly heavy. Some departments are heavier than others. Our staff is still figuring this out some too and trying to envision what would come forward. It also becomes a checklist for my office in Franklin to look back and say, okay, did we get all these accomplished when we're near the end of December? And if not, why not? Can we roll it forward, or did we miss a deadline? So it's a monitoring tool for us during the quarter as well. The second part of this, which we call administrative FYIs, are the kinds of things, and our staff's still getting used to what that means. I've tried to define it 3 or 4 times, and I'll try it once with you. The things that are probably significant enough that the organization would feel it. Let's say you bring up a new software system. Clearly, the organization's going to feel it. You will hear about it. Doesn't necessarily need board approval. Now, the contract for that would, but for instance. And so it's like, you just need to know it's coming. Just want you to know about it. That's what we're saying when we're saying administrative FYIs. You might look at something in the FYIs and say, I think that needs board approval. Or vice versa. And I say, no, this is administrative. We'll just go ahead, but we just want you to know this is part of our work. So that's the difference between the first section and the second. Any reaction or question or clarifier or insertions of work? I would say that between now and the holidays that were just referenced, there are a lot of meetings getting scheduled with the board between committees that you're trying to get caught up on, special meetings on superintendent search, and the SIP meeting. So there's a lot there, but I'll give it to you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Hauser?
I like the idea a lot. Thank you for putting that together, and thanks for the clarification that it's not the committees, because there's some things in the committees that I'd like to see. But speaking of Wolpert, Wolpert, the county is trying to schedule a meeting with us to review a draft of the Wolpert report. You were in the meeting, the Capitals, and if it's, I'm guessing it's either going to be November 6th or December 4th. But the Wolpert report is coming to this board very shortly.
Thank you.
Good. All right, any other comments? I think this looks very good. It's very laid out, and there's a plan.
Madam Chair, I did have one question.
Yes, sir.
Where would we, and I've looked through it a couple of times, where would we see, every year we used to have a strategic plan outcome results. How would that come forward to the board? Would that just be in committee, or would the board be shared with the board and kind of the community as well?
That's going to be up to you to guide. In honesty, I've sort of put a pin in the strategic plan work while I'm here. There were multiple meetings that had been scheduled for a cast of thousands to be reviewing and updating. I just felt with everything we're trying to get on top of, I'll just put a pin in that for the time being. Doesn't mean the results aren't still going to be coming back, but at this point, I've gone nowhere with that.
Okay.
I can go where you wish, though.
Okay.
Did I interrupt you, Mr. Atherton?
No. I understand how you're approaching it. It makes sense, and I think that'll be something we can look at with the new superintendent, like whoever comes in next. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Dole?
Would you like a motion, this recommendation?
I would.
Okay. I move that we approve the Board of Education meeting quarterly forecast as recommended by the superintendent.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, up next is, let me find my spot. Policy 3540, our comprehensive health education program approval. This is coming back for second reading tonight. We have had some conversation about it, and I want to be very clear with everybody that we are going to follow the law on this piece of legislation, and we're trying our best to do exactly that. We have some issues that we would like to take this piece back, rework just a little bit in the way that we put things and where we put them, and then bring it back in another 2 weeks to do our approval on. Would anyone like to speak to this?
Sure, I would.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Purcell. Yes, I like the way this language ended up. I appreciate that it is incorporates language that protects our diverse student and families. And I am supportive of restructuring so that definitions are in a different section of the policy, but keeping the content that's here.
Okay.
And Ms. Doyle, just for clarification, it looks like the version posted in Assembly was the last version we discussed. I've made some modifications since then based on further communications, and I take it that you're in support of the most recent version that's not yet reflected in Assembly. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we will bring this back on November the 6th, is that correct? And look at it once again and vote on it at that point in time with changes to the definitions and where things are in the plan. Am I correct?
Okay, so if you all would like to see a definition section separately for, instead of having the definitions in the flush text of the policy, is that right?
Yes. Any questions, thoughts? Okay, do I have a motion to bring it back on November the 6th with the changes?
So move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, we got you. All right, up next is our middle school ultimate Frisbee funding. Ms. Rath?
Yes, good evening. What you have presented for discussion tonight is Ultimate Frisbee. In the past 2 years, Ultimate Frisbee has been something that the board has elected to fund a coach and assistant coach for. It is a non-sanctioned sport. So as a result, it does not typically fall on our athletic supplement scales for the support of a payment or supplement for a coach and an assistant coach. It was funded through an extra duty stipend last year. In our budget discussions, it was noted as one of those things that would be eliminated July 1. It is being presented back before you tonight for discussion to determine if you want to elect to treat this non-sanctioned sport as a sanctioned sport.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to thank you for bringing this back and just admit that when we were going through the budgeting process, I don't think we talked about this one very much, so I didn't notice it in the list of stipends that would be going away, or else I would have expressed my support for keeping it at that time. So apologies that we're coming back around, but yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, when the 2 years ago, when we started funding it, we had received a bunch of emails from families about the, you know, advocating for that. And I see in the abstract that there, you know, it is part of OPAC, our like conference that we play in. So essentially to the students, it feels exactly like any other OPAC sport. And I know that the teams are very large. And so, and I've heard that coaches may not decide to do it for free. So, you know, you know, it's not a lot of money, and it's, you know, an OPAC sport that some districts are funding. I think that we should fund it. And, you know, it's just not a lot of money. It does impact a lot of kids, gives them something really healthy to do after school. So I am supportive of keeping it, and I would love to do it in a way that sort of like makes it official so that we're not revisiting it every year. I see you have two proposals here, and so I'm in favor of just sanctioning it as a district, saying, you know, we now have a high school program and, you know, there's a pathway there and everything. Yeah, I mean, there have been national champions have gone to our schools, and UNC's men's and women's teams are multiple national champions. It's like a legitimate sport. I think DPI is a little bit behind the times maybe, but.
Ms. Dole?
I'd like to echo similar feelings. It's definitely been a thriving, so much enthusiasm about it, so many successful athletes coming out of this program and continuing to play through college and nationally for years. I would like it to be something that we support in an ongoing way.
Anyone else? No comment. Well,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Atherton.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I originally brought this to the board 2 years ago because of this question. And I've been to many of their games, and it is such a fantastic sport where lots of people can participate in and be part of. I think it's important for us to have. And, as Ms. Smiley said, it's not a large cost. I fully support it. So with that, I motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and I too will say, being the person that was here, I think when it was started, it has grown, and students are very excited, coaches are very excited, so thank you.
May I ask for clarity, please? Is this for permanent, that we treat it as a sanctioned sport and that it's permanent and that we do not bring it forward in the future?
Yes.
I would say so, yes. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Just technically, we'll increase the athletic budget at budget time to incorporate this in and then set scales for it as well. But that's what will be paid for. And right now, we're looking at the athletic funds also to fund this. So we want to try and stay in that category if we can.
That would be great. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
I know that this is for the middle school program. There is a high school team this year, but it's funded by an outside organization, the coaching stipend for that one. And so hopefully they keep funding that. But if not, I hope we would continue to have sort of a pathway for the sport in the district. It's not a this year problem.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank y'all. Okay, up next, we're talking about beginning of year data review with M-Class, Ames Web, and a couple other things that I don't know what they mean, so I'm gonna let y'all tell us what they mean.
Well, good evening, Board Chair, Ms. Purcell, Vice Board Chair, Mr. Richmond, board members, and Dr. Merrill, Superintendent. We're always very pleased to come before you to share data and how our students are performing. A couple of weeks ago, we shared end of year, end of course data. And we refer to that as lagging data because it really is that moment in time at the end of the year that we look at our students' performance and begin to see what has been the progress over that year with regard to the standards. Questions always come up and we're always in with what are we going to do about the data? How do we impact student performance as we move forth? What are those pieces that help us to gauge any risk prediction? So this evening, we want to begin in looking at what we refer to as leading data. And some of the leading data tonight will be the DIBELS 8, M-Class data that we're looking at literacy, the Ames Web data that we're looking at literacy as well as math. I'm always delighted to have members of my team, so you will see my team here ready to present as well as answer any questions that you have with regard to the data. Following the M-Class Ames Web data, we will go right into our multilingual learner data as well as the newcomer information. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing the CNI team to come and share our beginning of the year student assessment data with you all this evening. Tonight, we're going to begin by analyzing our M-Class DIBELS 8th edition assessment data, which, as a reminder, is our K-3 literacy assessment that measures student risk for foundational reading skills such as phonics, phonemic awareness, and fluency. This is a state-mandated test that specifies that all students will take this assessment in grades K through 3 during the 3 benchmark windows. On the screen, you will see student proficiency from beginning of the year in 2022 to beginning of the year in 2023. You'll notice percent change on the far right column, but what is particularly impactful at looking at beginning of the year data as compared to previous years is not necessarily reading the line across, but looking at cohort data. So for this evening, we're going to be looking at how cohorts have grown throughout time to measure the strength of our core. So there's little arrows to indicate cohort growth. So our kindergarten students who were beginning of the year 2022 kindergarten students, you'll track that diagonally down to beginning of the year first graders for 2023. And this is essentially important for us because it's the same group of students, minus some attrition here or there, but we can see how the same group of students is traveling through, and therefore the impact that our core instruction and our MTSS system, our PLC work is having on these cohorts of students. So here we have our kindergartners from 2022 who are now first graders in 2023. We see a 20% increase in proficiency from 30% to 50%. This is a rather large increase, which we do expect considering a lot of our kindergarten students, this was their first time ever in any sort of formal education. We see that first grade is maintaining from 57% to now second graders 57% as well. And we see that our second graders from last year saw an increase of 8 percentage points to 66 percentage points this year as third graders. Nope, my clicker's not working. So for the next few slides, we're now going to take specific measures out of MClass to look at how our core curricula that we have implemented over the last 3 years in literacy is improving student outcomes, where our strengths are, and then where some of our challenges still exist. So we are aggregating out specific measures as corresponding to different curricula that we have brought to the board. The first piece that we're pulling out is our phonemic awareness measure, and this is measured by phoneme segmentation fluency. Phonemic awareness is the most foundational skill that an early reader must be able to master in order to be a skilled reader later in life. There is a direct correlation. Skilled readers do not lag behind with phonemic awareness. So this is a crucial building block in our kindergarten and first grade classrooms. We implemented Haggerty at the district level back in 2021, and many of you guys came and saw it in the classroom, so that was nice to have you guys there. And you'll see that those efforts are paying off in large part due to the hard work of our kindergarten and first grade teachers, as well as our literacy coaches who have implemented this. Across kindergarten, you'll notice that there really hasn't been a change. In fact, they've gone down 3 percentage points, but that is completely out of our control. That's how students show up to Orange County schools in kindergarten with 0 instruction from us. Compare that against first grade, where we've seen a 30 percentage point increase from beginning of the year in 2021 to beginning of the year in 2023. You can also track that cohort data. I didn't draw the nice little arrows here, but you can track that now that I taught you on that first slide. So kindergarten students in 2021 were at 44%. They then went into first grade at 63%. Kindergarten students in 2022 started out at 36%, and then they moved up to first grade this year at 70%. So we are seeing that we are experiencing a very healthy core with the Haggerty curriculum. Our teachers have done just a fantastic job. Kudos to them and to our literacy coaches for lifting this work. This next slide, we've pulled out our nonsense word decoding measure from MClass. And this really tells us how the health of our core is with our phonics instruction as measured by Letterland, HMH, structured literacy lessons, and decodables. These are all purchases that we've brought to you guys for the board, so we do think it's important to show return on investment here, that we are seeing increased proficiency for our phonics skills. You can track across the measures for all 3 years to see that kindergarten is staying stagnant. Again, we don't expect growth there. But then that is really interesting to look at that juxtaposed against once students receive instruction in Orange County schools. First grade with an increase of 22 percentage points across the 3 BOY windows, second grade 11 percentage points, and third grade 23 percentage points. Again, you can also track that cohort growth, which is also seeing significant increases for the majority of the grade levels. Are we where we want to be with foundational skills? No, we want those scores higher. And that's what we're striving to this year with some pieces in place. So we have not arrived yet, but we are at least making strides in the right direction. This next measure is the Maze component of MClass, and this is the comprehension piece. Students take this on the computer and it measures their reading comprehension. It is only administered in 2nd and 3rd grade. Here you will see that 2nd grade has experienced a 7 percentage point increase and 3rd grade a 15 percentage point. And you can also track that 2nd graders from 2021 did see an increase as 3rd graders of 2022, and then 2nd graders of 2022 did see an increase to 3rd graders of 2023 for that cohort analysis. We're now going to shift out of the world of MClass and go to another universal screener that you've heard a lot about, AIMS-Web, and look at the AIMS-Web reading. Just as a reminder, when we brought this to you at end of the year, we reminded you that the AIMS-Web assessment is a universal screener. It is used to determine a student's overall level of risk with foundational reading problems. It is not a standards aligned instructional tool. It is not predictive of EOG scores. So we have to look at this assessment within the light of being this universal screener. Here you will see 4th through 8th grade literacy data from 2022 to 2023. You'll notice that grades 6th and 7th did have the largest increase, and that we did see increase from the cohorts for grades 4th through 7th. Where we did see a drop was in 8th grade, and that is both at that cohort level as well as across the board. This is concerning to us, and we are digging into some root cause analysis about why we are seeing this at this level, and we are really using this data to fuel some of our work with our core instructional framework as well as our 2nd year implementation of HMH to try and address some of these concerns from that particular data piece. At this point, I'm going to transition over to Dr. Gammon, who will share with you some of our math data points.
Thank you, Mariah. Good evening. So I know that you've received in advance several data points regarding our math data, particularly with AIMS-Web, in an effort to be as brief as possible this evening, but also to hit just kind of our snapshot of the data. I want to note that in looking at our data slide here, we're looking at kindergarten through 8th grade math, and we're looking at AIMS-Web data comparing beginning of the year in 2022 to beginning of the year in 2023. Same process that Mariah shared just a minute ago. As you can see in looking at this data, there's a lot of positive that's gleaning from this from kindergarten through 8th grade, especially when you're comparing the beginning of the year numbers last year to the beginning of the year numbers this year. Additionally, that cohort change that was referenced with the red arrows, students are showing a positive increase from 2022, 2023. For example, our current 1st grade cohort of students who are considered tier 1 are at low risk are at 52%. This same cohort started at 36% last school year in kindergarten. The arrows again on the slide are showing that progression. Our largest cohort increase is from 3rd to 4th grade, which is a 14% increase. And while this does not equate to our end of grade assessment measurement, as Mariah noted, it does show a common comparison there where we did see a positive trend in that EOG data in 4th grade as well. One of the positives to administering a universal screener is the flexibility in administering the assessment. There is not a formal testing window, so there is flexibility across schools in logistics of administering the screener. However, as we've worked to dig deeper into this data, we did notice a discrepancy in the middle grades, beginning of the year numbers for 2022. in the spirit of full transparency, we do want to make sure that we are pointing out that the current numbers that you see in front of you are reflective of those actual numbers for beginning of the year 2022. This change actually reflects the complete screening data from last year, which would be the 2022 beginning of the year, rather than the information that was originally displayed on this slide in Assembly when you received it. The data that was originally placed on the slide was only reflective of students who were screened prior to the screening deadline last year. And so as has been noted, that screening deadline is set, but there is some flexibility to still screen outside of that window since this is not a state mandated assessment. This was a clerical error on the slide, and the data that is displayed now is representative of all students who completed the screener last year in 2022, including those who were screened past the deadline. And as a result of those adjustments, we do still see a consistent trend of positive increase, which is great, but we also still see in 7th grade that there is a slight decline even with the adjusted numbers. And so same with literacy. We're looking at doing a deeper dive, not only with our math coaches, led by Jennifer Parker, our pre-K-12 math facilitator, but also really working very closely with our PLCs at the school level. We've invested in a partnership with Solution Tree, and we're at a space now where it's really intentional work that's happening across grade levels at the core level. That is obviously having an effect here with the AimsWeb data for BOI, but we also are looking, ahead to see how will that impact our upcoming NC check-ins and other data points as we move through the year. One final thing to note is that the overall data in math for BOY, our students that are considered at low risk are at 55% K-8. That overall is a comparable number to the proficiency composite for K-8 math last year, which was at 53%. But we do still have approximately 45% of our students that are flagging as missing foundational skills. So we know that through our intervention support, the master schedule where we have those growth times built in, that's a space to really dig into not only tier 2, but also tier 3 work where we're really working on those off grade level skills to build those foundational gaps. At this time, I'm going to throw it back over to Mariah, and I believe she's going to talk about our BOG data.
I'm back. So our beginning of the year 3rd grade reading data is oftentimes referred to as our BOG data. And this is the only grade level and subject that is administered a beginning of the year assessment by the state. That is much like an EOG type test. This assessment is given for a number of reasons. It is tied to our Read to Achieve state legislation with Senate Bill 387, as well as it sets the marker for our growth measures at the teacher level for EVOS, as well as the student level. And it also gives us a really great snapshot of a leading measure, as Dr. Green noted, for where our students are starting with their very first standardized reading test. So on the screen, you'll see our beginning of the year reading data at both the district level as measured in orange at 22.7 percentage points of students scoring proficiently, and then disaggregated by school level as well. So at this point, we're going to transition into the so what. What are we doing about this leading data? As Dr. Green noted, the exciting part about analyzing beginning of the year data is it's actionable. It's not the old data. It's the data of our students who are in front of us, who are showing us what they need to be successful and how we can respond as educators to meet their needs. The Orange County Schools literacy team is attacking this from a 3-pronged approach. The first is really building the capacity of our literacy coaching team. Our literacy coaches, they are a phenomenal group of educators in Orange County schools. We're very fortunate to have them in each of our school, and we're pouring into them so that they can pour into their school-based staff. We're doing this in a number of ways. One, through our monthly literacy coaching team meetings, where we are discussing data, we're modeling PLCs with the solution tree model, we're leading professional development on the science of reading and best practices with them, as well as getting their feedback about what they're seeing and what they're needing in their schools to be successful. We're also leading a book study in collaboration with Emily Lewis with our ELD specialists, and this is focusing on how our English learners have specific needs that are unique in literacy for them, and we are reading a book together and going through a monthly professional development series with them, book study that is in conjunction with those monthly meetings. And then lastly, we're trying out something new this year where we are doing learning walks with our coaches, where they're going to shadow other coaches. We're pairing them up strategically so that they can learn from each other and have that thought partnership about how they can improve their own craft. We're also strengthening our core instruction. We are in year 2 of HMH, and how far we have come since last year when we stood before you right at like opening the boxes up at this time of year. This year, now that we've had the opportunity to learn what it is and to go through the lessons and try it out with our students, we are now working really hard to dovetail this with our core instructional framework that our literacy coaches wrote 2 years ago. This core instructional framework outlines the instructional best practices that are aligned with the science of reading. So it is essentially how the curriculum is taught. No one curriculum is going to move children on its own. It's high quality curriculum plus high quality instruction with the art of teaching. So we're really leaning into the art of teaching and making this curriculum come to life for our students and engage them. And so that is a huge focus. And that also dovetails with that solution tree work that Dr. Gammon mentioned, as well as the MTSF framework that Emily Myers is leading. We have also launched the IEA Academy this year for our instructional assistants, along with our EdCore tutors, where they come monthly and participate in professional development. They are assigned students that they work with their teacher to get. They get the student data, and they're leading small group during core instruction. So we have as many adults as we can, making an impact on core instruction. And then lastly, we've worked really hard to tighten up our Tier 2 and Tier 3 processes in literacy alongside Emily Myers. And this looks like implementing our education core tutors again, and trying to make sure that we have a successful second year of implementation. We've entered into an MOU with the Hill Center based on a local philanthropist who has donated a significant amount of money to strengthen that partnership. We're now offering we're offering 2 sessions at A.L. Standback with a Hill Center tutor who comes to us and tutors our students. We have professional development and support for our 95 RAP, which is formerly Hill RAP. They were acquired by the 95% group. So we're really excited about that partnership that's growing and expanding. And we've worked really hard to lean into our intervention block during the middle school classes so that that is purposeful and intentional. And we are providing Hill RAP, Just Words, fluency groups, advanced phonics through multisyllabic word attack, as well as comprehension and writing. So through these efforts, we are trying to be as responsive as we can to our beginning of the year data. At this point, Dr. Gammon is going to talk a little bit about how math is responding as well.
All right, thank you again, Mariah. All right, so for math, we're really focusing on a couple of key points, and it's really about alignment, but it's about habits. It's about good habits that are consistent, that can be monitored over time. We've referenced this partnership with Solution Tree a couple of times, and the reason that we're noting that is because the heart of that work really gets at just a few things that we as a district want to be very tight about, okay? So when we're looking at our core instruction, not only in literacy, but also in math, like we are really focusing on our collaborative teams having time built into the instructional day where they are not only planning together, looking at data together that is in real time, but also having space to do that with support. So math coaches that are in the buildings, other instructional assistants or support staff that are in the buildings, they being a part of those collaborative meetings that are consistently on the schedule, that are happening week to week, and that are monitored by not only administrative teams, but also our district facilitators and math coaches that are working with them. In those meetings that happen, they are really working diligently to unpack the most essential standards, because we want to make sure that we are honing in on that guaranteed and viable curriculum for our students, because we want to make sure that we are providing the best opportunity for all of our students to be successful, not only on the integrate assessment, but also as they are moving up in their trajectory to the next grade level. And so in order to have a better snapshot of what that's going to look like at the end of the year, those collaborative teams are working intentionally on building common formative assessments. But in order to do that, there has to be time, there has to be support, there has to be coaching to make that happen. And that's what this partnership has been about. It's what the partnership will continue to be about. And what's really been beautiful about this is to see folks building those habits, and to see those habits starting to take root, and then to see the data and the return on that, even in just small bits, that can really start to ignite better work as we move forward. And so in order for us to have that consistent time, to have those common formative assessments built, to really unpack those most essential standards, we are trying to live this walk, or this focus with our math coaches, to where they are really in there. They're supportive, they're with teachers, they're not only in the classroom, but they're also in those PLC meetings. And so in order to do that, we have partnered with UNCG. UNCG has been providing direct professional development and coaching support for our math coaches, but this is happening in our schools, in the classrooms, where those coaching partnerships are actually being leveraged at the student level, so that we're working directly with teachers. And then lastly, outside of core instruction, we are working to provide systematic and intensive support for students through our growth time that's been built into the master schedule, as well as enrichment for students, because following those 4 questions of that PLC process, we want to focus on what do students need to know, those most essential standards. How are we going to know that they've learned it? Okay, so how do we know? We got to monitor that through those common formative assessments. And then if students have mastered it, what are we doing to extend that? And if students have not mastered it, what are we doing in real time to reteach that? And so those habits of that work are really what we're emphasizing in math. Kudos to our district facilitator, our math coaches, but our teachers, because they are really diving into this work and digging into it, and we're excited to see where this takes us. All right, so at this time, throw it over to Dr. Green.
And I'm going to throw it over to the team for it to answer any questions you have regarding the data presentation.
Ms. Smiley? Well, first I want to thank you all for this data that you walked us through, and also the other information that's in the slides that were attached to the presentation. I was glad that that broke it out by identity and things like that, and to see all of those different levels. And I love that the thing that you emphasize is the cohorts, and this group of kids, are we getting more of them to a more proficient place over time? That's awesome. And I was also glad, it wasn't in the slides here, but in the attachments, I was also glad to see the use of the HMH growth measure for middle school. I will be really curious to see if that ends up correlating to EOGs and, is more sort of predictive and is like a really good pulse on middle school.
Yeah, we're really excited about that as well. So the HMH growth measures are a standards aligned assessment. And that was really missing. We never want to throw another assessment on kids just to throw another assessment on kids, because we all know how cumbersome that can be for students and teachers. But the difference here is that in middle school, Ames Web is really not predictive of standards grade level achievement. It's more a risk level. So HMH measures does provide an adapted, computer-based, standards-aligned measure. And all 3 principals said, nope, we're doing it. We gave them the option. We gave all K-8 schools the option. And the 3 middle schools, they were all in. I will say, out of transparency, not all students took it. It was our first year, right? So we're still trying to juggle, well, does English 1 at the middle school need to take it? There's still those types of questions. But the majority of middle school students did take that assessment. So we're excited about that, and we're excited about how that fits into that PLC model. Already great conversations coming from that measure.
That's great. And the one question I had, you just touched on it, like, does English 1 take the assessment? I was wondering if in the 8th grade results, do the 8th graders who are taking high school classes take Ames Web as well? They do. Okay, so they're incorporated in there. Okay.
Since I'll use my teacher voice, but I'll step up as well.
Great, that's great.
Since it's a universal screener, we do screen all students in membership at each grade level, with the exception of a few students who are part of like self-contained classes, and it wouldn't be an appropriate assessment, but all other students do take it.
Great, thanks.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes. Yeah, thank you for this. It looks like we're making progress. I had 2 questions. One is on letters, and how is letters affecting this?
Sure, that's a great question. That goes back to our core instructional framework. Approximately 2 years ago, our literacy coaches, we came together and said, okay, so we don't have a framework of what we believe to be best instruction. And at that time, we also didn't have HMH. So what is our roadmap? And we decided, did we want to roll out a framework first or a curriculum? And they were hands down framework first, because that will guide our curriculum choice and decision. That framework, they came together to write. We then sent it to all teachers through PLCs, and they gave feedback. And then we presented it to principals, and they gave feedback. And we edited it and changed it, and now we have a framework. That framework is rooted in science of reading that's aligned to letters. The 2 of them go hand in hand. And so that specifies the how. So HMH is the what. It is a curriculum that provides grade level texts and resources, but it would fall flat if we didn't have quality teachers in using all of those strategies from letters to deliver the instruction. So the letters and the framework are the how, and the curriculum and the standards are the what.
Second question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks for that. And, I think about there's the teachers and so my second, you set up my second question, and that's teachers. And I looked, I even have I have the EOG data with me. I carry it around. I have it on my phone. What school do you want to know? When I looked at it, and I only looked at it anecdotally, one of the variables I saw, one of the drivers was teachers. And we have great teachers, but in our classrooms where we didn't have teachers, our kids didn't do well. And so I'm curious how we're looking at that, because what you guys are doing is fantastic. We could do, but if we do programs and we don't have teachers to deliver this stuff, and so I'm just wondering what can we do to help our teachers more, to get more teachers in the classroom? And I know we're going to hear about the school improvement plans, but we all know now that when we hear about school improvement plans, we don't talk about staffing.
So part of that work is really looking at the teacher working conditions survey and what that says about teachers at each individual school, as well as collectively across the district. And that's part of the work that Dr. Green and I led last year with our Teacher of the Year Roundtable, was we took the teacher working conditions survey data, and then our Teachers of the Year were able to get pulse checks at their schools on an area that we were interested in. So that's one way that we take their feedback, not just on one-off conversations of grabbing me in the hall when I'm walking down, but looking more collectively at what teachers are saying about key measures of the school improvement process.
My question's more basic than that. I'm sorry. It's not, it's, have we actually gone through our schools and looked at our open positions, beginning teachers, and putting the supports in place? So do we know where we have the holes in the staff? Because our teachers, It's very technical.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things we talked about was how the use of our coaches and providing support to our teachers. Also, in a couple of weeks, you will hear about the Beginning Teacher Program and what we're doing to build their capacity, not only their capacity in 1 year, but a multi-year approach to instruction. It also professional development with our administrators in understanding the curriculum, understanding what to look for in a classroom so that they can also be a part of guiding their instruction. So PD is a key to keeping our teachers, building their capacity, which is why during our last year, we put back in place our end of the year conference designed and led by teachers. And we want to continue to look at that as an avenue of keeping our teachers.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
You always love it when I pull the microphone. What's he going to do now? You can just answer this in the future. But what language would you suggest we use, board, us, staff, when teachers are saying, you're overloading us, look at all the things that we've got to do, and we're going to involve this, and we're going to develop that? And you don't have to answer it now, but if we hear that, and I'd like to know how you're responding that when you're walking around classrooms and everything else. And you don't need to do it now if you don't want, it's okay. But
I'll give a brief
okay, yeah.
response to that. And we had that situation last year when we put forth several initiatives all at once, and we heard the outcry that, there's a lot of good things, but a lot of things to juggle. So we had to pause and really assess what we refer to as tights. What are the non-negotiables? What it really that we want to accomplish and when we want to accomplish? So we had to look at a multi-year approach. And then we identified things that are loose, things that it would be great. We did that with the implementation of HMH. We looked at the rollout of that plan. We didn't start at the beginning of the year. We started to look at how many things we had to really try to gauge. We took their feedback to determine, okay, what flexibility we want to give schools, but also recognizing that we had to have some things that were non-negotiable and how many of those things that we put on the table for teachers.
Dr. Moore, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Atherton? Okay, I
do not. Thank you.
Okay. I would just like to say that I am glad to see the return of the Hill Center in Orange County Schools. I'm glad to see the return and the work of PLCs in Orange County Schools. And I am thrilled to see that common formative assessments is a word that you are using again and that it is back, obviously, in Orange County Schools. I worked with those things for a long time and I know they work. And I think that you're doing great stuff with getting those back. And especially the work that I'm hearing with PLCs, that teachers are, a lot of teachers in the district came in, didn't know what PLCs were. And I think there's great benefit. And I'm glad you're working with Solution Tree again too. That's top notch. So thank you for the work you're doing and thank you for this report.
Thank you very much. And just when you thought you were getting rid of CNI, hey, we saved the best for last. So we have a second presentation that is going to deal with our multilingual learners and our newcomer population. Ms. Lewis.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come present on our multilingual learner enrollment trends and our English learner proficient or progress data for you this evening. Before I jump into the numbers, I just want to make sure that we're all using common language. So in March of 2022, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction made a shift in the language they were using. So currently, we use English learner, our familiar term, only for policy and legislation purposes. And DPI has made the shift to multilingual learner for all other purposes. Multilingual learner is a more asset-based term, and therefore that is the terminology you will hear me using tonight in my presentation. Over the past 5 years, Orange County Schools has seen a 32% increase in our multilingual learner enrollment. Currently, our multilingual learners make up approximately 13% of our total student population in Orange County Schools. The schools that have seen the largest increase in multilingual learner enrollment include Hillsborough Elementary, A.L. Stanback Middle, Gravely Hill Middle, Orange Middle, Cedar Ridge High School, and Orange High School. You may have noticed a pattern there. With the exception of Hillsborough, all of our secondary schools have seen incredible increases in their multilingual learner enrollment over the past 5 years. All of those schools have seen a greater than 50% increase in the number of MLs enrolled in their schools. Hillsborough has seen a 300% increase in the past year. They only have 8 students currently identified as MLs, but when you're used to not having any students in your building identified as multilingual learners, having 8 students on your campus totally changes the needs for your staff and your students in your building. The schools with our largest ML populations continue to be New Hope Elementary, A.L. Stanback, and Cedar Ridge High School. These 3 schools alone house approximately 50% of our total multilingual learner population. The grade levels with the highest number of MLs are 5th and 9th grades. The majority of students who exit our ML identification do so in 4th or 5th grade, so you will see a decreasing number of students identified as ML in 6th grade. However, you will see a large number of 9th grade students identified as ML because promotion and retention at the high school level is based off of credits earned per year. So for a student to be considered a 10th grade student, they must have earned or passed at least 6 classes at the high school level. Our students who enroll from outside of the United States who are over the age of 14 and age appropriate for high school often come to us without high school records. If we don't have school records from the home country, it's difficult for us to prove that a student has earned any credits at the high school level. Therefore, students are placed in 9th grade. However, I have been trained, we'll say that, I have been trained in international transcript analysis. So when students do come with school records, I work with the family and our counselors and our data managers at the high schools to make sure that we grant credit for as many courses as we can at the high school level in hopes that we can help students along their graduation path so they can meet our 4-year graduation requirement. I want to focus a little bit on our newcomers. And before I dive in too deep, I want to make sure that we are all using the same definition for newcomer. The U.S. Department of Education has a very broad definition of newcomer. They define a newcomer as any student between the ages of 3 and 21 who is born outside of the United States or Puerto Rico. In Orange County Schools, we tweak that definition slightly and go with a definition that is a bit more mainstreamed and more widely used. So we consider a newcomer any student who is born outside of the United States that is within their first 3 years of U.S. school enrollment. Some districts and states define a newcomer as a student who is within less than 2 years of U.S. enrollment, some 1 year or less than U.S. enrollment, But for our purposes here and in most districts across North Carolina, we use the 3-year threshold to determine a newcomer or to identify a newcomer. In our district, out of our total ML population, only about 14% of our total ML population are identified as newcomers. We currently have 134 students identified as newcomers. Caveat, we had 134 newcomers last week when I pulled this data. I know that we enrolled 4 today. So every day that number is increasing and is fluctuating greatly. And as mentioned in the abstract that I shared with you in Assembly, we will continue to see an increase in enrollment. We always do. And then in late January, early February, at the semester change for our high schools, we typically see another large increase of enrollment for newcomer MLs. Currently, 31% of our newcomers are enrolled at the high school level. A.L. Stanback, Cedar Ridge High School, and Orange High School house 43% of our newcomers. An additional 19% of those newcomers attend New Hope Elementary School. At the end of last school year, I was able to share with you our yearly access data, and we talked about how many students actually exited the program. So they scored the composite overall score of a 4.8 or higher in order to exit ESL services, but they are still students that we continue to monitor for 4 years and count toward our school accountability model in the multilingual learner subgroup. But tonight, I want to touch base with you about our multilingual learner progress, which was released in August. So you will see that about 17.8 of our MLs met progress as measured by Access in February and March of 2023. This is an increase of 13.4% the year prior. As you look at the data on the screen, you will see that the majority of this progress was made by students in grades K through 5. We still have a lot of work to do, particularly at the secondary level. But I'm happy to share with you some of the initiatives that we have in place that we started this past school year and have seen a positive impact from, and then share with you some additional things that we have put in place this school year to continue increasing the support and increasing the progress for our multilingual learners. So we have adapted our language instruction educational program, called the LIEP for short, to include an increased amount of service time, particularly for our newcomer students. So they are each receiving an increased amount of time. It's about 45 minutes per day of direct ESL instruction. In addition, students who score below a 2.0 composite score on the Access test also qualify for those increased direct services. Don't be mistaken though, those are not the only services that those students receive. Students also receive ESL instruction through a push-in model at the elementary level, where teachers are going into classrooms and offering small group instruction that is connected directly to the content for which they are supporting. And at the secondary level, our ESL teachers co-teach in math, science, social studies, or ELA classes, wherever those students are clustered. So the general education teacher and the ESL teacher are delivering instruction together, focused on both content and language. Additionally, I'm happy to say that with your support, we were able to purchase a program called Elevation, and we talked to you last year about the platform data side, but this year we have added on the implementation of the strategies component, and strategies provides on-demand, self-paced, professional learning modules that all teachers can access. Each module can be done in any order based on the teacher's needs. They take about 1 hour to complete. The teacher walks away with a toolbox full of strategies that is connected to the real-time data of the MLs sitting in their classrooms. So the professional learning modules are tailored to meet the needs of the students literally sitting in front of the teacher who is completing the module. At this time, we have 19 modules that have been completed, which we just started in late September, hasn't been quite a month yet. And we have 20 modules that are already in progress by teachers in our district. So considering the ESL teachers just learned the very end of September how to share these modules with their teachers, I am happy to report that we already have so many teachers who are diving in and using these modules. We have also revitalized the ESL add-on professional learning opportunity for classroom teachers who wish to build their skills in working with multilingual learners and potentially take the ESL praxis to add the ESL teaching certification onto their current teaching license. The next cohort will begin in January of 2024. And although I am still taking registrations, I will be able to take except between 20 and 25 staff members for this next cohort. And we already have 30 teachers in our district who have applied for and would like to complete this program. Additionally, we have partnered with Rethink Education to provide professional learning for ESL specialists on using formative and summative assessment data to progress monitor English proficiency. So we're not dependent upon our one-time access score when access is taken in February and we don't get those scores until June and we don't see our students again until August. That data doesn't hold a lot of weight. So we are working with Rethink Education to provide training around progress monitoring specifically for language growth. We also are providing school-based, whole staff, and PLC or grade level professional development on strategies for working with multilingual learners. I've been very fortunate that many of our principals have reached out and asked for myself or our ELD specialist at the school to come in and provide some support. So as the needs are changing in our schools, we are able to provide some kind of quick strategies that teachers can take with them and implement tomorrow if they had the professional learning today. But furthermore, we're able to dive a little deeper and really provide some extended professional learning opportunities that include additional coaching and feedback between our professional development sessions. I currently am researching and connecting with similar sized districts that were recommended to me by DPI regarding newcomer support via additional personnel, creating a newcomer school, lots of different options. And also, we have had some teachers who have specifically asked about ways that we can determine literacy and math skills in a student's first language. And although we do not have tools to assess all students in their first language, most of our MLs have a home language of Spanish, and we can use AIMS-Web in Spanish to assess our newcomers' literacy and math skills. We also have our elementary school Bridges math curriculum in Spanish, and we often use it to assess students in the elementaries or at the elementary level. And Mariah spoke to you about the HMH growth measures. We also have those for grades K-8 in Spanish. So we can assess students' literacy skills connected to the North Carolina standards as they work through our curriculum. All right. That's all I have. Do you have questions?
Ms. Hauser?
First, I just have a basic numbers question. So the newcomers are the kids with less than 3 years, but it's the, what you call the MLs or the DPI calls the ELs. Those are the kids who need language help.
Yes.
Right, and so that's the real number, it's it's 950 or so kids.
About 949, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so that's the target audience, and if a kid grows out of the 3 years of a newcomer, they're still very likely in the EL program.
Absolutely. So research says it takes 7 to 10 years for a student to acquire academic proficiency in English or in a target language. So, yes, students stay with us a long time.
Yeah, if you asked me to learn another language, it would be bad. It would be ugly, so I get it. The other question is, we have in our narrative, we say our kids speak 44 different languages. And I was curious if you know where the kids other than Spanish happen to be. Where are they? And how
Yes.
many of those are? I think there's.
So they're very small. I can tell you that. Most of our other languages are less than 1% of our students speak those languages. The next largest population of speakers would be Burmese and Karen. And they are all mostly in one area of our district.
Yeah, in Effland.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so I'll leave there, and other people ask questions, I'll come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smiley?
This was great, really good information. And it was great to hear about all of the different strategies you're pursuing, because I know this is a particular focus for the district, especially with the growing population. I think my question is, so the issue about newcomers going into high school and then being placed in 9th grade really led me to wonder, like, do kids age out of this? Like, what do we offer them summer school to catch up credits? Like, how are we tackling, especially because it's a growing number of students and not just like 1 or 2, like, how are we helping kids who come out who maybe are 16, but you have to place in 9th grade to complete high school and get a degree?
So anyone who has not graduated high school in their home country is allowed to attend school until the age of 21. We do have students enroll as 9th graders who are 18 or 19 years old. Unfortunately, because the number of credits they need is so great, they typically do not make it to earning a diploma, but it is our goal to give them the best education we can give them and give them the strongest foundation in English we can give them as possible. So we then can offer them some other tracks once they are no longer able to be in our K-12 system. And those include things like getting their GED, because the number of, well, first off, their English proficiency, once it's greater, it's easier for them to pass the GED assessments, but also the number of credits that they have earned in high school impacts what they have to take in order to earn their GED. We also talk to students about other pathways when they enter at such a kind of an older age, around training certificates for certain lines of work and things like that that they do. We do have students who attend summer school to earn credits. I'm going to be honest, it is very difficult. Most of our credits that are earned during the summer are earned through online coursework, and it is very difficult for a newcomer student to be successful in an online course. But I'm making myself a note because I think that that is something that I can brainstorm with my high school ELD specialist about how we could potentially provide some of those courses needed toward graduation during the summer.
Great, that's awesome. And can they, sorry, one more thing, can they do like credit through master? Can they like pass a test to demonstrate that they have the knowledge of
Yes.
it? Okay.
So they can do credit by demonstrated mastery. Most of the time they only, our native Spanish speakers like to do that for their world language credits. But I'm not sure that they have thought much about doing it for other courses that they may be able to show proficiency in, only because North Carolina is an English-only testing state, and I think sometimes the language barrier.
I mean, a math test. Or,
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right.
Great, thank you.
Now, if it's not an EOC subject, there are alternate ways to get that CDM. So classes that are not like your Math 1, English 2, Math 3, biology, it is possible for students to potentially earn credit through an alternate pathway.
Ms. Dole? Just wanted to thank you for all the different angles of this work that you've shared, as well as the other CNI work and all the growth as the need continues to grow. The one comment you made, I was curious about when you mentioned that when students exit, they tend to do it after 5th grade?
Fourth and fifth grade.
Could you explain what that means?
Yes, I can. So the state of North Carolina has a threshold for the access test that if a student scores an overall composite of a 4.8 out of 6 on the access test, then they quote unquote exit the ML program. So they no longer receive English as a second language services. However, we do continue to monitor their progress in grade level, content level classes as they do count as part of our ML subgroup for those 4 years after they exit. And if a child or if a student is showing that they need additional support, then they can be pulled back in on a limited basis to provide some support to try to catch them up. And if we still see that there's a need there, there is a process you can go through to have a student reclassified as ML. Yes, after 1 year. She added that.
So, yeah, I do want to add my thanks, by the way, for all the clarification on the terminology. So that's real, it really.
a lot.
When we know what we're talking about, then we can really try to understand it. I just have to comment that, our numbers, our outcomes for our ELs is disappointing. It's pretty bad compared, so, and since the statewide, the results are a lot better, other districts, we have to figure out what we're
Absolutely.
missing. And there's no one more passionate about this than you. I thought I was, but I think you're way ahead of me. So so I'm really being candid with you. You saw, I sent a note to you all from a teacher today who's at at Standback actually, who is dealing with this every day. And she asked a couple of things. She asked about, you said we could do the assessments in Spanish, or we do the assessments in Spanish?
We can do the assessments in Spanish. I was just talking to Mariah about this. I don't think that all of our staff is aware of that. So as part of our book study with our lit coaches and ESL teachers, we are going to make sure that they are all aware that that is something that is available. So when a newcomer enrolls in their school, they can utilize those tools.
Right, because then we could figure out if we have a literacy problem or a language problem,
Absolutely.
or both. So that's great, thank you. And I'll send a thank you to that teacher to
Absolutely.
thank her for that
I
suggestion.
appreciated her thoughts.
And she also asked about a boot camp, if we could do a boot camp for students and parents. And Carrie, I don't know if you remember, we did a family engagement the year before last. And we had counselors from Orange High School, we had Family Success Alliance people, we had folks from Standback, we had our own family liaisons, and they were passionate about the need for more Spanish language speaking people in our schools. And even to the point where teachers were being pulled from classrooms because they needed somebody to help with translating with a parent meeting. And so there's two questions, or many questions in there, but one is, what can we do to teach? Let me say, the other thing they like to tell us is these kids are coming from one-room schoolhouses, and they're coming into these, modern contemporary schools. So what are we doing to teach the parents? And and is there a boot camp that we can offer for parents? And can we provide some kind of intensive English language tutoring, even for a week or two? I thought we were doing that. I guess we're not, but can we?
So I'm not sure the answer to your second question yet about a week or two kind of intensive separate setting place for our newcomers. I would have to look at logistics of that a little bit before I could give you a good answer. As far as how are we kind of transitioning parents who are coming with these newcomers or families of these newcomers as well, we do offer newcomer family night. We had our first one for the school year in early September, well, September 13th, I think. So about 3 weeks into the school year. We have another one of those. It's not scheduled until second semester, about 3 weeks into second semester, so we can get that next large crop of students who are enrolling to get their families there. Because this is our third year bringing back our newcomer family nights. This year we were able to differentiate the sessions that we offered. So our family liaisons were amazing and offered a session for our newest families around how to navigate schools in Orange County. Who are the important people in my child's school building that I need to know how to contact, and what do I contact them for? How do I access my child's grade? Get parents access to the parent portal for PowerSchool or as parent observers in Canvas. And then we had some of our bilingual ESL staff who did presentations for families that are in their second or third year in our school system, provide presentations and resources specifically around how do I help my child at home. I may not know English very well, but my child is coming home with this homework. How do I support them at home? And we gave them some resources and strategies that they could do to help with literacy and math skills at home, regardless of whether they understand the language or not. So that's where we are right now. We don't have a boot camp, so to speak, but.
Be nice to have one, something
Right.
to think about. I have one more question, and that's newcomer school. And I realize, like, Guilford just opened their second. I realize we're not there.
Right.
And I'm not sure that's what we want, but I am fascinated by what Chapel Hill is doing by putting newcomers in an elementary, in a middle and high school. And I would love us to explore that, because I'm worried about, and especially in middle and high school because of all the things you've said, but it looks like we just don't, the students are already concentrating. So if we were intentional about it, could we resource the schools better, since our Spanish language support is scarce? If we could concentrate the students, can we serve them better?
So I actually reached out to Chapel Hill Carborough today, and I'm awaiting a response. And Winston-Salem Forsyth has a similar model, so I also have reached out to them to kind of pick their brains a little bit around what that looks like, to having that school within a school model.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all very much
Thank
for all
you.
the information. It was very good. We appreciate it. Thank you. We have one more presentation, I think, to talk about our redistricting, and Mr. Florence. Foster. I've got my names all messed up tonight. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Purcell. As we dive further into reassignment, we've reached this next step where we have first draft maps with us tonight from ORD that has helped us with developing first draft maps are Thomas Dudley and Brian Godfrey. And they'll be presenting tonight first draft reassignment maps for Orange County schools, in addition to taking a look at the data that helped to develop the maps and the points of emphasis related to board policy and the pillars of 4150 as well. While we'll see first draft maps options for all levels, we've asked ORD to develop additional options for elementary school, still focusing on, again, academic achievement, all right, and proximity balance. So at this time, I'll turn things over to ORID as they take a look at our draft maps here.
Chair Purcell, other members of the board, Dr. Merrill. Pleasure to be joining you this evening. I'm Thomas Dudley, joined by my colleague, Mr. Brian Godfrey. And as Mr. Foster mentioned, we'll be highlighting the results of the attendance zone optimization study that we conducted on behalf of OCS. About my organization, oh, I'm sorry. Just rearranging everything up here. Here we go. Okay. I hope that works better here. So about ITRI and ORED is where we'll start. Just a brief reintroduction before we walk into discussing your board policy 4150 very briefly, and then bringing up the scenario maps themselves, looking at the actual draft assignment plan. From there, we'll have additional time for board discussion as well as Q&A. About ITRI, ITRI is the Institute for Transportation Research and Education. We're part of NC State University and housed on NC State Centennial Campus in Raleigh. ITRI has been conducting research in North Carolina related to transportation for over 40 years. ORED is our group. We're an unbiased third-party evaluation research group that strives to depoliticize the school planning process. We stand for the Operations Research and Education Laboratory, and we're able to do those things through the services and tools that you see listed there. This is your policy 4150, which is the guidance behind this whole policy and the work that we've been doing. It's been derived, or it's been used to derive the assignment plan. We've heard consistently from the board that achievement and balancing student achievement is a primary objective, followed very closely by operational efficiency and proximity, and also not forgetting stability as well. So that's the guidance that we've used. We've heard consistently that these are all important. And what this looks like from our software, from our modeling standpoint, is we're looking at minimizing that student travel distance. So that's the proximity component, your third pillar, within the constraints of your building capacities. So that's balancing utilization and short getting to operational efficiency. And as the models are doing that, then we fold in the student achievement component as well. That does leave stability, but as I read the stability component, this speaks really more to assignment policies related to legacy students or grandfathering, which isn't something we specifically model, but it's an important component of a full assignment plan as well. With that, I'd like to move on to the first scenario as we look at the elementary school level. Speaking briefly to the symbology here on the map you see on the left side, what we're looking at is the blue lines are the existing attendance zones. And the background color, those are the proposed boundaries for the schools as part of this assignment plan. I will acknowledge and I will highlight and mention multiple times that as part of this presentation, there are high resolution maps that are attached. So if you have questions about specific streets, any questions down at that level, please refer to those maps. This on this slide is a big picture map of where changes are. You can see, of course, the substantial reduction in the size of the Eflin Cheeks attendance zone. That's making room for new students and new growth that will occur in the future. And as we talk our way through this, I also want to highlight the table over to the right here that displays some summary information. We have, working our way from left to right, we have the name of the school's current capacity, the enrollment of the school currently, and we calculate from those first two columns, or the second and third columns, the utilization of that school. So for example, Central Elementary, that first row is currently being utilized about 65% of that, those seats are being used. Next, we have what that enrollment would be under the scenario, followed by that updated percentage of what that utilization would be at the school. And getting to the point of the student proficiency, that balancing achievement component of this as well, we've also included the proficiency of students that exist within each of these attendance zones, what their test proficiency would be as a summary at the at the far right there. So to highlight a couple of these as well, you can see as far as minimizing underutilized schools, which is part of your operational efficiency pillar, that would be certainly central. Planning for growth at Eflin Cheeks, Pathways, increasing its utilization significantly and helping with overcrowding as well. Talking through the list of other changes at the elementary school level, we have, of course, the cleaning the middle school feeder up in the northern, kind of north central area, shifting that line to the west to align it with the middle school feeder. We have Collins Ridge being sent to Pathways. We have Central's attendance zone moving down into more of Hillsborough, and Pathways attendance zone moving down to help relieve River Park. So those are the changes at the elementary school level. I wanted to move briefly to the middle school level just to acknowledge that after a thorough examination of the middle school level and your attendance zones, we are not recommending changes at this point. These attendance zones are, in short, they're doing what they were designed to do. You have some slight imbalances in utilization, but you still have some growth or some room where growth is anticipated. We're not seeing substantial differences or what we would call sizable differences in proficiency at the middle school level. And so we're not recommending changes at the middle school level. At the high school level, I went ahead and zoomed in here. Again, speaking to the symbology, it's similar to what you saw before at the elementary school level. So we have the current lines as the red line, that's the current boundary. And the proposed is the background color. So with the burgundy maroon, that's Cedar Ridge, and the tan is Orange High. So that's part of the scenario. And what we see here is on the eastern side, that shift of the line to the north, that's aligning the high school feeder pattern with the middle school feeder pattern and also helping balance utilization in the long term between Cedar Ridge and Orange. And on the western side, again, the boundary moving up north to along the train tracks, that's balancing utilization in the long term, helping with that operational efficiency pillar. And we've also presented some summary information here about the high school scenario. You can see, of course, the capacities of those schools, information about the enrollment, the utilization, and then how that can be balanced in the future as well, and the proficiency of students there as well. To provide a little bit more information about the proficiency, that was the test score, end of grade test score from the most recent EOG for reading, was the data that was used and input as part of what's reported here and what was used in the full process. With that, I'd like to more formally ask if there are questions or board discussion on this topic. Especially, please don't forget the attached maps that have the higher resolution maps and labels as well.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Hauser?
I have, first on the transportation, you talked about proximity. What do the maps do for transportation? What happens?
So a driving factor behind, and I'll just go back to your board policy here. A driving factor behind many of these changes in the maps is minimizing that travel distance. So that doesn't mean everyone gets to go to the school that's closest to them, of course, but it is a driving factor in behind how that works mathematically, and that is a consideration, but within the constraints of those building capacities.
So are there any landmines in the transport? Is there anyone that's going to see longer transportation? I mean, have you looked at that? Does the transportation side of this work is really the...
That is a critical question, which will take coordination between school staff and possibly other consultants as well. So I'm unfamiliar with exactly what skills and expertise the transportation staff in the district have, but that's certainly something that can be explored over time as far as over the development of a assignment plan.
So we don't know yet?
In short, we do not know yet.
Okay. I have two questions on the maps. On the high school map, and I don't know if you want, the two little the spot zoned areas on the top left, my left, are those going to stay at Cedar Ridge, or are you going to proposing those become part of Orange High School?
So as part, I know the symbology is not incredibly clear on this one, but for these, the assignments would be, the proposal is that that southern one would go to Cedar Ridge, and then the more northern assemblage of parcels would still be considered going to Cedar Ridge as part of this proposal.
So those two top ones would stay at Cedar Ridge?
That's correct. That's the
Really?
current assignment, and that's where they would stay.
Okay. And one other question, if you can go to the elementary models, and when we had our, it's something we've been talking about a lot, and that's the capacity of the real capacity of the school. So when I see 405 students at Central, that seems like a lot. I don't know if we really have that. You know, when you throw the pre-K in there and some other things, and to have that school at 95% capacity without counting these other factors, it feels too tight. So just and I'll leave it there and let other people ask questions.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Because that struck me as well, is just some of these schools that are high capacity, but their numbers, does this, what did I write down in my notes? Okay, I wanted to know if this utilization level takes into account sort of what I'm thinking of as like special use classrooms, so like some pre-K classrooms, EC classrooms where there's a lower number of students, specials like art, music, we call them specials, I don't know what I'll call them. Like, does this account for all of those spaces being in existence as well?
So that's a critical question, and I have to refer to.
Based off the numbers that we have displayed here, we are working with ORD to recapture the capacity numbers and what they developed the maps on. All right, so we'll be looking into specifically what those numbers mean for us from a standpoint of those classrooms that you just identified. So we have to work with ORD a little bit closely to identify those and see what those numbers come out to.
Okay, so right now this doesn't take into account like specials classrooms or EC or pre-K?
Not specifically all of them, correct.
Okay, yeah, because I do think that's really, really important. Like, I think once you added those back in for Central, they'd probably be over 100%. And you know, it just relates, I think, to my second point, which is I would love to see the utilization levels and sort of the free space. I understand you want to maintain extra space for Eflin Cheeks because of the growth on the western side, but like some of the others, I worry about it being like 95% and like 74%, 84%. That feels really different in a building, I think.
Thank you. A couple of questions. So to that point, so understanding that the goal for having Eflin Cheeks at 74% is the anticipated continued growth, and I'm curious if the 74% of Pathways scenario utilization is deliberate as well, since it does have a higher number of EC separate settings classrooms, or I'm not sure how it got to 70. There might be a good reason for it to be at 74%. I'm wondering if that's planned.
So in this scenario that we're looking at here, there are a couple things going on as far as what target year sorry. Thank you again. So there are several things that are occurring here in the background, and what's going on and what's really targeting that particular utilization is a little bit longer term than what's currently being reported in this table. So one quick thing that I briefly acknowledged was in this scenario that Collins Ridge, for example, would be going to Pathways. Well, that's a significant number of students in the longer term, and that's part of why there's room that's allocated there at Pathways, as one example.
Could we stop 1 second, because we are hitting the 10 o'clock hour? Mr. Foster, how much longer do you think we need to extend this meeting?
I would say to be safe, 10 to 15 minutes.
15 minutes to extend?
I move that we extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I do have a couple more. I mean, not seeing the maps, not having the files. I feel like we need some more information to move this forward. And I'm also curious about the not making recommendations to redistrict middle school might be the right move. And I'm curious if the idea is that as the elementary schools equilibrate, that will indirectly equilibrate the middle schools over time.
I would need to ask for clarification about equilibrium and what you mean by that phrase.
Well,
that
like
sense.
currently Orange Middle School is at lower current utilization than the other two. So is the goal that the elementary schools that feed into Orange Middle, as they reach more balanced utilization with the other elementary schools, that then that middle school that those elementary schools feed into, would that then be more balanced with the other two middle schools?
I'm still not sure that I'm following that exactly.
Okay, well, just because there's specific elementary schools that feed into different middle schools.
Right.
And for example, Central is currently at 65% utilization, but if it got up to 94% utilization, that would over time increase the number of students going into Orange Middle School.
But it wouldn't, because the middle school maps haven't changed. That address would just still go to whatever that school is.
Okay.
So I think my question is, by not moving the middle schools at all, are you creating the thing that you're fixing in the high school with those few students from Standback going to Cedar Ridge? Like, have you looked at, when you lay over the new elementary to the middle, do we have more of that happening?
So I think to the extent possible, that has been explored and looked into, and those are not issues that are present. That's correct.
Okay. I think I'd be interested to know how many students from each of the elementary schools are they 100% funneled to a particular middle school? Are they going to 3 different ones? Because not each of them is one-to-one. There, have been some elementary schools where they're split. So just understanding how this would impact that would be helpful.
Excellent. Yeah, can definitely do that.
Are we in agreement that we need corrected maps for elementary school with the EC and pre-K and specials, right? We need to have that. And just so the board knows, we have to decide, but as part of the phase 1 in the Wolpert plan, they are recommending that we build a new elementary school in Mebane. So that's a phase 1 recommendation, just saying. So, but we probably have 6 months before we finalize that decision.
One other thing, I think you said you're going to be exploring different scenarios, at least for the elementary school. And I guess this applies to the high school map too, is I would like to see sort of contiguous zones rather than the one-off, like, let's pull up here and get this one neighborhood. Or Collins Ridge, to me, the idea of like a large number of families, like families driving cars and buses, all the transportation going up Churton in the morning, it's already a really backed up road. So that particular one-off seems like it's going to create a lot of like traffic problems.
I agree completely. And the high schools and elementary, I agree completely.
To that point, I'm not knowing right now where the lines are, but, pathways didn't draw from, like Burke Meadows, some neighborhoods that were really just right across the street and down half a mile. All those neighborhoods also fed into River Park, which is overcrowded. So I'm curious if some of those closer neighborhoods that wouldn't be cutting through downtown traffic are getting redistricted to pathways, because that seems like it would make sense.
That's certainly something I can explore and look into. Thank you.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, I just wonder if you could bring the high school map up for a second. So we talked about the islands and moving those in the right places. The homes that are on the western side of the map that are north of the interstate and now that have been moved from Orange High School to Cedar Ridge, can you talk a little bit about that and how many homes are in there? And the same thing on the right. We're just curious who we're redistricting.
So speaking to that first component on the western side there, moving that line to the north at the high school level would affect roughly 25 or 26 high school students. And to give a sense of scale, moving that line on the eastern side to align it with the middle school boundary, that move would move roughly 58 high school students.
Can you tell us about them? Is there anything you can tell us about them? Because, are these mostly trailer parks? Are they mostly, do we know anything about? I know that the area in Efland is right along the railroad tracks. So I just don't know what you could tell us about the kid. Let me be completely transparent. I'm interested in seeing what it would take to move the Orange High School's English language learners to Cedar Ridge, and I'm wondering how far you're getting us with the redistricting plan. That's the essence of my question.
Fair enough. I see how you're connecting those dots. Got it. I have very limited information on those students.
Would be interested in learning that.
Absolutely.
Just Ms. House? On a related point, if it is possible to see the impact of the proposed maps on the demographics of the schools, I know that we cannot use that as a factor in reassignment, and that is fine, but I would love to, the students' race, for example, you can't take that into account when drawing your maps. But I am curious what it would do to the demographics of the different schools, if that is okay legally.
It is. In fact, you can take general account of the impact of reassignment plan on racial demographics. You cannot reassign on the basis of race in order, to assign individual students to individual schools because of race, clearly unconstitutional. But just being aware of the impact of a proposed reassignment plan is permissible in the aggregate.
Could we look at income too, or like qualification for free and reduced lunch or something like that?
Yes, income just raises some complications, which I can get into with staff. I probably don't have time in the few minutes of Accenture remaining in terms of free and reduced price lunch data, which is tightly controlled by the federal government. But there are other
There's
measures,
like census
income
tract
measures,
data
census data, et cetera, that you can use.
So I'd be really interested to know what that would do to the balance because of the way we call certain schools Title I and make those determinations. It's just good for us to understand how that would impact things.
So what happens now? What's the next steps?
Let me take a moment to switch screens here. It keeps coming up. Yeah.
Escape out of that.
Okay. Okay, cool. Got it. Oh. All right, so now that we have draft maps, we wanted to outline opportunities where members of the community could provide feedback. And shown here, both in-person and virtual sessions where members of the community can do so. Information sessions will be held at both schools and community sites. And these opportunities outlined here were carried through the first week of November, which will lead us to providing this feedback back to the board at the November 6th meeting. Information on draft maps can be found in district-wide communication on our website, social media, with the news of Orange, local newspapers, and media will all be published there. The maps will go live also on our website as well immediately. After that November 6th board meeting, we'll then have second draft maps. We'll begin to create additional maps for the public to see. And information sessions will run through the first week of December. Again, continue to provide and bring back feedback to the board at that time. In addition to the public meetings here, we do also have meetings with our reassignment committee that will be providing opportunity to provide feedback as well.
Good to know, Mr. Foster. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Any other?
Yeah, what are we doing? I mean, especially the elementary maps, you know, it's changing all over the county. And I'm wondering what we're doing to reach the Gravely families, the pathways, you know, I guess aren't, you know, what are we doing to get closer to really reach into the impacted communities as opposed to these big meetings?
All right, so in addition to being at school sites, we'll be at community sites as well. So I wanted to uplift that so that folks, again, we can kind of dive in and bring information to them in that way as well, as opposed to just, you know, saying, hey, we'll be at this school, we'll be in the community as well.
So can you share that list with the board, please?
Yeah, that'll be again after the November 6th meeting.
After, so it'd be the second draft.
Exactly,
maps. Very
exactly.
good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Ms. Smiley?
Curious what you're using the reassignment committee for. So how does that differ from the big group info sessions?
Sure. The reassignment committee represents certain groups, right? As we talk about the different individuals that are on that committee, whether it's teacher of the year, whether it's staff, whether it's principals, whether it's community members, whether it's parents, et cetera, they represent a certain segment of community that they can provide information to based on these maps, and also answer questions that individuals they have in those groups and be able to take that information back. Go back to some of the beginning sessions where we asked them to poll, again, as we got information that aligned actually with the board in terms of the two pillars that the maps focused on in academic achievement and proximity. And in essence, in those meetings as well, we'll continue to get that feedback from them. We've designed, we'll establish, small groups where they can get that information to us and to provide back to you what their thoughts are.
Ms. Smiley?
We
got 2 minutes.
Okay, just recognizing that, given some of our feedback, I do expect the elementary school maps to change because of the changes in capacity and all of that. I do worry a little bit about families who might look at the first version and say like, we're good, I don't need to pay any attention to this district thing that's happening. But we know that those maps are gonna change. So I don't know how to wrap that into this, except big, bold text that these are not, we do expect actually the elementary school maps to change to some extent. If we're not going to have them, ideally, we have another draft ready for these meetings, but I just don't know if that's going to be.
Right, I can't emphasize enough the word draft, right? Even, what's been presented today, they're all drafts. They will change. So I can't emphasize that enough in all of our meetings that we'll conduct and everything that will be published, obviously, on all the avenues that I just expressed in terms of where things will be published about reassignment. That word draft is very important, absolutely.
Is it possible to, how long will it take to make the changes? Because I'm wondering if the changes can be done before the first drafts come out. Because this is jarring to our families, right? So we don't want to traumatize them.
It sounded like the most complex request there was looking at looking at the elementary school level, focusing more on proximity, basically proximity being the driving factor. Am I interpreting that correctly?
No. Go ahead, Sarah.
It's the capacities of the
In
building
addition
and
to
accounting for,
yes.
because I think some of those schools would go over 100% once you account for that.
That would not be something that we could turn around before these meetings. That's correct.
I wonder if that should impact our timeline. I don't know that.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
maybe
question
I would
is,
think it would have to impact our timeline.
Yeah.
is it worth it to delay the meetings a week? I mean, the meetings haven't been announced yet. And again, to tote people things that are going to change, so we're going to tell them twice. We tell them once, and then we're going to, in the case of the elementary schools, we're going to tell them 3 times.
Information session meetings have been announced. They have been published. The meetings that you're seeing here, is that the
Okay.
meetings you're referring to?
Yeah, so, I mean, they could change. I guess there's a question about, is it worth it? And I don't know how the board feels about it.
Well, I think you would have to tell them that the maps are changing and tell them why. If you're going to go ahead and have the meetings when you had them, then you show them and then say, we are looking at capacity in these buildings now that we did not look at before, and there may be some changes coming.
Right. Again, I can't emphasize enough the word of draft, and knowing that there'll be additional, even after the second draft, there'll be, components where things will change there as well.
I think, if I may, there are implications for us not having this completed by the end of December. And if we roll into January, there's a lot more due process procedure that needs to occur. So we're on the proverbial horns of a dilemma a little bit right now. We want to be able to bring accurate maps the first time as best we can, but we're backed up against a deadline. And in order to buy time to get the best maps, we're going to be into January. We're going to be closing a transfer window. We're going to be shortening it. We're going to be doing some other public meetings that are required, full hearings, everything else. We may just need to go to that. And if you can, without any more information that I've just shared, tell us, take the time we need to get the maps the first time, knowing there'll be some scheduling turmoil into January and February, then that would help us if you want to give us that direction. You're trying to finesse us, I think, and I'll give it back to you.
I believe people are going to react to the maps. And I think if we show them incorrect maps, that they're reacting to something that's changed, there's a question about how far are they off, right? Because it feels like some of it is off by a lot. And so, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. And I'm worried
What
about
is the
that.
pleasure of the board here?
I mean, I'm also inclined to think, you're not going to get folks to show up to 2 rounds of info sessions about it, so you want their best reaction at the first one. So, I mean, personally, I think it's worth, communicating that these dates are moving. I know I saw the announcement about them. Like, I think it's worth communicating that the dates are moving back a week or whatever it is.
I agree with that, and I also think it's important to have the committee input and the board. I think if the committee input and the board input is closer to consensus, then we're in better shape to move forward.
My question is, how long do you think it would take to get this corrected information?
I believe that's a question for, we need the capacities first. That's what's, going to take time. After that, then, we're talking a week.
So, Ms. Purcell, I'm confused by that. We have worked on the capacities with the county and have provided that with SAFO as here's your number, here's our number. That information should be readily available. I mean, that is something that we have used with the county multiple times on concerns of how inaccurate SAFO is. So I'm confused by that.
I think the issue is, I mean, particularly for the specials classrooms, like it sounds like those classrooms weren't sort of held out of the total number of like available classrooms to make core classrooms. So that's a little bit different than the SAPFO thing. It doesn't seem like something that should be super hard for the team to calculate. I would imagine, like, the EC and the, specials is what, like 4 classrooms? I mean, Ms. Mel.
The SAPO did update it for specials. That went through each one and was updated on what the actual usage was for each elementary. when I was chair, that's what we did. We went straight through it and challenged SAFO because all the numbers were off. And also just some of the physical sizes were not correct in some of the schools and what rooms were being utilized for.
Ms. Mao, if we could stop one more time. We need to extend this meeting because we've gone over our.
Motion to exceed 10 minutes to, that's 10 minutes to 10:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Mao.
No, that's fine. I was going to let you know that after reviewing the capacities, music and art were not considered core classrooms as part of the capacities. So really, the only changes to what the capacity that is provided does not include separate classrooms for FLES, the elementary foreign language, and it does not include holding classes aside for preschool. We have doubled let me say that differently. We currently, according to the Wolpert study, have about 12 classrooms for pre-K. We are only using half of those classrooms right now. And then it would be the FLES classroom. So after investigating, the capacity concerns that you have are valid. They're not as far off as presumed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mao.
Just a question. Does that include the Head Start classroom, pre-Ks?
Yes.
Great.
And it accounts for EC classrooms having much lower capacities. I see you nodding, so yes.
Yes.
Okay, so those were considered. That's great.
Okay,
That's good
so we're
news.
hearing that it might not be as far off as what could be.
Correct, and we'll be able to get that right to Ord in terms of the rerun with those numbers.
Do we need to cancel any of those meetings that you have already sent out information about?
I do not believe that we need to cancel because, again, I think one point that was made is in terms of getting folks back out. All right, I mean, we had a series of meetings that will occur. Again, I think the term draft and the like is important to emphasize as we are going through these meetings.
If I understand that the in-depth community meetings with the impacted families will be after the second, will be on the second maps. It won't be on these maps. It'll be on the second. These will be general meetings, but the detailed community meetings will be after the revised maps are done.
Correct. Those that will be at a non-school site in the community would be correct after the second.
That'll help.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can we just have confirmation that the committee has had time to meet? I know they've had to cancel a couple of the meetings with the redistricting committee. So has the redistricting committee had the chance to weigh in on these maps so far?
Yes, as I mentioned, what you see here are just the public meetings. I did not publish, show the reassignment committee meetings that are scheduled to occur before these occur.
Oh, before. Okay, that's what I
Yes,
was curious about.
yes.
They're before. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, thoughts, perspectives? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing even more. Okay,
Motion to adjourn?
we need a
Second.
motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.